I invited Paul Ducky, who's a former Parks and Recreation Commission Vice Chair, to an update on two different recommendations that the Parks and Rec Commission sent us that might be helpful during upcoming budget workshops. By the Bremerton Municipal Code, the Parks and Recreation Commission is tasked with a number of items, including bringing recommendations to council and giving input on all sorts of items, including programs, Parks Department projects, and budget. So I had planned on inviting Mr. Ducky soon anyway, once we had a not too crazy study session, but since he's losing on the Parks Commission, even better timing. You know, when I was on Planning Commission, I came a few times to present the council for Planning Commission recommendations. So with that said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Ducky, and I will go ahead and share council packet if that's helpful, Mr. Ducky, if that's needed.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, so go ahead and well, let me make sure I can share this. Just fine.
Okay. All righty. So basically, my talk is going to follow along with the agenda packet. Fellow President Coughlin and Bremerton City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Paul Ducky, resident of Bremerton. I have served on the Bremerton Parks Commission for District 7 for the past 2 years. I've given photo essays to the Parks Commission on a handful of Bremerton parks to better understand each park and how they might be improved. These presentations include Pendergast, NAD Simus, and Marine Parks, Pat Carey, Sheridan, Downtown Plazas, and Harborside Fountain Park, Upper Roto Vista, Arbonne, and Forest Ridge Park. I've met, hiked, and conversed with neighbors in all of these parks and learned their concerns. In your council packet today, between pages 3 and 98, you have information collected over the last 6 months that the Parks Commissioners felt by unanimous vote was important enough to send to you, park staff, and the mayor. We have by ordinance a responsibility and duty to advise you on the budget, short and long-term goals, capital improvement, and long-term maintenance. The Parks Commissioners are unwavering in their belief that the Parks Department is performing exceptionally well for the citizens of Bremerton, given its limited staff and limited funds. However, the department's bandwidth, its ability to complete projects on its priority list or do necessary maintenance throughout the park system is severely limited, and improvements are often years away. Today's information packet highlights problems due to a lack of funding. So if we can, it's to page 5. So here's one of the commissions, one of the two that we sent to the council recommendation. It says the Bremerton Parks Commission recommends the city provide annual dedicated funding for the Parks Department sufficient to meet all of its responsibilities, including maintenance of its forested properties and park and plaza landscaping, as well as removal of invasive species. And the photo essays I've included will address that. But if you move to page 6, so for context, I've included an excerpt from a 2013 Kitsap Sun article. And basically, it shows that the funding crisis for the Bremerton Parks Department is not new. And I want to include some excerpts which sound strangely relevant to today. And I'm just going to read from that article. Several rebuilds of local parks, including Blueberry, the Beachfront Lions Park, and Kiwanis Park in Union Hill, were funded outside grant dollars, but there's no way to maintain those new assets long term, and they're at risk of atrophy in the future. On a staff the size of what it was in 1977, the city's added 17 more parks properties to maintain since then. The situation is in a crisis, according to Kerry Bozeman. My message to the City Council, the stewards of the budget, is that they can no longer believe that they can maintain the park system on the revenue available. In devaluing that system, you are devaluing the community, he said. Budgets used to contain money for playground replacements and roof maintenance. Budgets used to contain money for playground replacements and roof maintenance. Lawns got watered and flower beds weeded. The Sheridan Community Center, Levo Boulevard alone has $1 million in maintenance needs, and that was determined in a study from the late 1990s. Today, the staff can only do so much. Many weeds go unabated. Some parks don't get watered. Long-term maintenance, like replacing roofs, has gone unchecked. There are 31 parks around the city. That comes to 17 playgrounds, 14 sports fields, 12 fountains, 18 restrooms, 14 picnic shelters, 22 parking lots, and more. Quote, "We're busting the hump just to get by," said one of the Park Service workers, and as Mr. Bolt believes still works for Parks. "Our parks draw the community together," Wheeler said. "They create neighborhood pride. Though it's a tough nut to crack, he's optimistic that because of that, they'll find a way to keep the parks from falling into disarray. Quote, "We're going to come to a solution," unquote, he said. And that was the end of the article. So if you move on to page 14. Okay, so today there is no long-term dedicated park funding, and there has been levy or tax increase to benefit parks in 20 years. The demands on park staff have grown substantially due to encampments on parks property and confrontations with individuals with mental health problems. The solutions that Council President Greg Wheeler in 2013 felt would materialize haven't. And to back this up somewhat, I have minutes written by staff from the Parks Commission meeting on July 25th. And I just want to read these to you. They sound strangely like we just read from 2013. That's not, okay. Director Elvato, staffing needs have changed drastically due to current circumstances, increased demands. For example, staff now team up in pairs to open and close restrooms due to safety concerns. And there are more hours spent on example, staff now team up in pairs to open and close. Lovato said it could easily be 10. In the meantime, the department is short-staffed. Current staff are burnt out. So I want to recommend to the council members here that walk through any park in Bremerton with Mr. Mutek would show his commitment and concern for Bremerton parks. He has a deep understanding of what is necessary to bring them back. So if you'll scroll down to page 16, slowly, I guess this is the beginning of a Forest Ridge Park photo essay that I gave. So Kathy Weigel is the chief volunteer steward at Forest Ridge Park and joined the Parks Commission late last year. At her first meeting, she didn't want to say much, but she said to the commission that she was passionate about her park and had concerns that she wanted to address at some time. I asked her to walk the park with me and show me what those concerns were. The photo essay that follows were taken during that walk. I just met Kathy and we walked through the park and I took pictures. She and I recently collaborated to create an updated map of all the park's trails, and we gave the trails tentative names and identified numerous paths that we feel could be decommissioned to prevent unnecessary erosion. Director Elvato has said he will walk the park. When we gave this presentation, actually the Parks Department responded by correcting many of these deficiencies, but this was just a once-off walk through the park spontaneously. So if you'll continue to scroll down slowly to page 30. These are we just paint inconsistencies that would be easy to correct. So the bench near the tennis court. There's no sign here to say go through street. That was added after this presentation. There's parking in places that should be actually forest road. This just shows you the problems with ivy climbing trees and trees that fall down in the paths, and we need to collect these things and keep the paths open. We just ran across this because we were walking through the park, and we ran across probably 6 different encampment sites. And Kathy cleans these up, and they bring in. The Parks Department is very responsive to collecting the debris, but there's often shit, debris, needles, drug paraphernalia. So they've been taught how to manage that, but it's getting to be quite demanding. So I'll go on with my statement here. Commissioner Weigel states that collecting trash is becoming an insurmountable task for her crew of volunteers. and not infrequently involve collecting drug paraphernalia. Staff recently moved several trash cans in the park due to dumping, but this results in even more trash to pick up. Staff replaced a few trash cans at her request, but good solutions are hard to come by now. She feels she is reaching the limit of what she can give, though she dearly loves Forest Ridge Park. So on page 36, I think it's back the one before that actually. There's a picture of there's several images.
Let me try going two more. This one.
Yeah. So Commissioner Greg Dawson, Josh Farley, and I organized a cleanup day with 50 volunteers for 2 hours to remove invasive holly from the park, to skirt the tree trunks to free them from damaging ivy. There's currently no park volunteer coordinator. I spent most of my time exposing foundations from an old World War II building that I feel should be removed due to safety concerns. I'll show those shortly. So you can scroll slowly through, but you can see we took out trees 5 inches in diameter. They're holly. It's all invasive, and it obscured. Now this is after clearing this part of the park. You can actually look through the park and see through the understory, and which you couldn't do before. I cleaned off the ivy to show the foundations there. There's a lot of nails exposed. And we skirted the trees. And you can see the 3-inch wide ivy climbing the tree. In the next picture, you'll see that's removed, and you can actually see the parks building behind there now. So, Commissioner, okay, where was I? So we're going to just scroll slowly through to page 55. So you can see that it would be worthwhile to remove these structures in the park. And they were covered with ivy, but if you were to walk or climb around here, you're liable to get an injury.
Is this by Stevenson Canyon? Sorry to interrupt you.
Well, it's on the east side of the highway, and Stevenson Canyon is on the west side.
Okay.
This is
Gotcha.
behind the community center.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
So
next slide.
okay, so are we on page?
There's 55.
Yeah. So this is a poster that was shown in the public meeting for the Warren Avenue Bridge Multimodal Improvement Project. It's the first public meeting after a lot of other meetings with stakeholders. But this is what they showed the public, and they show a path in the lower path there through Sheridan Park. There's kind of a switchback trail that comes out of the bridge. The council approved a contract to study design concepts for shared use paths on the bridge and multimodal community connections off the bridge. The poster is from June 12, 2023, and it shows a design that Public Works first presented in November 30th of 2022. The connection through Sheridan Park is shown in the lower half of the poster. And on this is my drawing to simplify what you're seeing. So the idea of connecting to Juniper Street is an excellent one off the bridge, which we hadn't thought of before. Otherwise, you run into the off-ramp for Claire and the off-ramp for Callahan, and you run into all these high-speed roads that limit your ability to go north. But if you get off the bridge right here, you can take Juniper Street and then go directly walk or bicycle over to Lower Wheaton Way, which is planned to have bike lanes that go all the way north to Riddell. So, but 20% of the forest about would be taken out by the structure. So in January,
Mr. Ducky, when you say this structure, do you mean the winding?
The winding path.
Thank you.
Would actually remove forest, and it would regrade that whole hillside.
Thank you.
So that's page 57. So the design concept, the bike club sent to Mayor Wheeler and Public Works after the original this design was shown at the November meeting. In January, we sent them a concept for a trail that looked like the one in the dark blue. I'll just briefly discuss the advantages of this. So what happens if you come off the bridge, you would take a shared use path. You would take that path right through the foundational structures and remove them. And then you would be inside the park property where it's currently paved, and you could put a 12-foot path right under trees in the park property to clear. Clare Avenue is 36 feet wide. There's plenty of room to widen the sidewalk, which is degenerate or narrow on Clare, widen it out to 10 or 12 feet. So this would shorten the route from the lower right-hand corner up to the bridge that people would take for the two bridges. It would shorten it about 20%, and this route is completely ADA compliant. So at a meeting, so we asked, we sent our concept to Mayor Wheeler. He asked us to meet with Public Works and discuss our proposal. So myself and two other representatives from the bike club showed up, and we were told by staff that our concept was superior to that shown to the stakeholders. But due to budgetary constraints, staff would only consider on-bridge improvements, and so there was no opportunity to discuss any of our proposals to staff. So I brought the West Sound proposal, the bike club's proposal, to Sheridan Park, to the Parks Commission for discussion shortly after the public open house in June. It was never shown to council, the stakeholders committee, or the public, but it offers many advantages. It would preserve the park's forest, remove old foundations, create a shared use path through the park that would be shorter and safer than that proposed by Public Works, and it would improve and widen the sidewalk bordering the east side of Sheridan Park on Clare Avenue. In addition, by preserving forest, a dirt nature trail could be created by volunteers between Lebo and the bridge as an alternative to the shared use path through the forest that you're preserving. Increased public use in the northeast quadrant of the park could discourage the homeless encampments that now occupy that area. These park improvements could be implemented with transportation funding dollars the Parks Department does not have right now. And this proposal, although it can't be funded with initial funding for the Warren Avenue Bridge at this time, it's the next thing up. You need the community connections. So we still think it's important that this be shown. So the Parks Commissioners voted unanimously to forward this design option for a Sheridan Park Warren Avenue Bridge community connection to the council. The purpose of supporting this design, another design concept for the northeast corner of the bridge, was and is to engage in a community dialogue where the final outcome is better than the original idea. The Parks Commissioners knew nothing about Public Works' proposal for Sheridan Park until the June 27th Parks Commission meeting when I brought it up, 7 months after the concept was presented by the administration. Our Parks Commissioners would add value to any proposals that significantly affect Bremerton parks. Their action to support an alternative multimodal connector through Sheridan Park will hopefully re-engage the community in Warren Avenue Bridge planning. So then you can we'll continue down to page 68.
And just to check on time, we're about 15, 20 minutes in, so I'm just asking if we're close to the end.
I have very little left. I have two
Okay,
paragraphs.
perfect. Thank you.
So when Park Commissioner Jim McDonald brought a photograph of a dead tree at the Kitsap Conference Center to a Parks Commission meeting, there followed a discussion of the great need to replace many of the trees downtown, but there was no budget item for this kind of long-term maintenance. Staff estimated it would cost $27,000, and you can keep kind of cooking down to page 68, these, to replace the dying trees. So I followed up Jim's discussion with a photo essay walking downtown, looking at the landscaping, and I found the dead tree that he had talked about. It had been removed, but not replaced. So I just briefly, we can just keep scrolling, and you'll look at some of the problems with, we're not there yet, with the downtown area. So you can see that there's problems with some of these trees in the planter boxes. They're all kind of sick. You can keep going a little bit slowly. And this one's cut down because it was dead. But the other ones also have problems. We just keep scrolling through here. So Steve Mutek had said that there's difficulty with the trees when they got them. They weren't that healthy. And also in the Harborside Fountain Park, there's actually a brown field 2 feet below the dirt that they have there, and that they have to get special permission to actually dig down. So replacing the planters, breaking the trees in the planters without breaking the planters, and replacing the trees in the park, all of that is not an easy thing to accomplish and would require long-term maintenance funding for that. So there's one more slide and a closing remark. And we would just keep going to page 98. Much of this, by the way, was cleaned up when spring came. They did a good job of weeding, but the trees still aren't healthy. So the next slide. Okay, keep going. That's the proposal for this path. And I just wanted to show you that you could get a fairly even grade path from Weevil Boulevard in the rough yellow line on the left side of the screen that would connect to the shared use path. That could be a nature trail. So in closing, the Parks Department budget over the last decade has not kept up with the growth of other departments in the city. And this at a time when demands on the Parks Department staff have staggeringly increased. This has had a negative effect on the health of our parks, forests, and planted areas, and delayed implementation of many park improvements. And that's my presentation. Thank you for letting me go over here.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Ducky. Much appreciated. Council, we've got a big agenda tonight, but any real quick questions from Mr. Ducky on the presentation? Yes, Denise.
Not a quick question, just a quick thank you.
Oh, okay.
A thank you for your expertise and passion that you brought, and the things that you brought to light. We promise you they will stay in the light. And I can't speak for the rest of these people. So
Yes.
yeah, I promise you. Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Excellent. All right. Oh, yes, Anna. Make that the last one.
Thanks. Thank you for your service. This is something we say all the time. You did some really good deep dives, and many people on council appreciate your commitment and your hard work. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and move to item A2. Give me one sec. I got lost with the screen sharing. All right. Item A2. Again, thank you again, Mr. Ducky. Item A2 is renewal of professional services agreement with Kitsap Humane Society for animal control services. And we have contracts administrator Melinda Monroe here to present. Welcome, Ms. Monroe.
So much. Good evening. We are here proposing a renewal to the animal control services contract for the city with Kitsap Humane Society. We're proposing a 2-year agreement term, 8% increase next year and 5% the following. I have included a executive summary that shows some of the reporting from 2022, and then we added some year-to-date data for you. That 8% is a little higher than we've had, but I will say that in the past 3 years, the last contract term, the CPI was above 8% every year in this category for pet services. And we were held to our 5% cap every one of those years. So as we went forward into this renewal, and then just looking at some of the data they presented, case increase percentages for the city of Bremerton, increase in infractions for 2023 year to date, which are relatively time consuming. We felt that first year increase was substantiated. So I have also invited some KHS staff here behind me and welcome any questions that you have.
Excellent. Council, any questions? Yes, Jennifer.
So it says this item is included in the 2024 non-departmental budget. You don't have a figure though for us?
It's on page, it's under section 3 compensation. So I do have that annual figure there.
Okay. Got it.
260 something.
And so that's the cost after the 8% increase for 2024, and then we're gonna do 5% on top of the 260.
Yeah, so the following year would be 5%.
Okay.
So this is 8% from our current year annual cost. And as mentioned, we have been seeing large increases in this area. And so we just wanted to, ensure they're meeting all of their needs, meeting our city's requirements as much as possible, being able to foresee those. We have some option to adjust if needed, but some caps as well.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just follow up with some other questions later because we have a full agenda. I guess I was hoping for a little more of a. That's okay. This isn't a needed service, so.
Sounds good.
Thank
Let's
you.
go to Anna. Oh, sorry, unless you had anything. Okay, Anna.
No.
I know it's a very full evening, but I'm looking at the animal control case stats, and we're still well under our 2019 figures. So I'm puzzled by the increase.
Yeah, so it's actually, it's a combination of a few things. If you see down below, the infractions issued are much higher. We are at year-to-date 9, where we've had 6 in the prior year. Our 22 numbers did go up a bit, and then our 911 service calls in 2022 were much higher. Of course, these are year-to-date numbers, so we don't know if the rest of this year, what this is really going to look like. But there's a couple different, if you go all the way over to the back page there, you'll see that, we also have an increase in our potentially dangerous animals. So it's that combined with the increase to CPI and the caps that we've been holding them to in the last couple of years.
You're talking about the increase from 3 in previous years to 4 in the current year.
Yes, and I will say that these cases, when they come in to court, are much harder, much more time intensive. It doesn't just take one visit. It's not the same as a parking infraction. It's much more time.
Yeah, I've been a witness in such a case. I guess my final question is, the council expanded the definition of what constitutes animal abuse. So, for example, now just keeping an animal on a chain all day and night is now an infraction. Something. Is that in part responsible for the increase in infractions issued?
It really is not. It really is just, I think that our KHS staff can talk to the actually caps they've had to put on receiving animals in from out of state and from other locations because of the increases we've had locally. So it really just has to do with our capacity here and increased need, as well as just overall increases to CPI. So
Okay, thank you. And thank you for my dog, Lulu.
You're so welcome.
Denise.
I just want to thank you, and I'm really glad working with a nonprofit partner, a local nonprofit partner. I just think there's expertise, there's grassroots work and community connections there, and I'm thrilled. It's also, as a former executive of a nonprofit, it's income that can help defray other costs, related to care for the animals and so forth. So at least that would be my pitch if I was your development director.
Interestingly enough, that's me.
Yeah.
Executive director and the director of philanthropy currently. I think I would add, if I'm allowed to say something,
Please do.
the factor into this, as Melinda touched on, is our local intake across the county is higher than it's ever been, even pre-COVID. So we used to transfer animals in to help relieve the pressure nationwide, and we've actually curtailed that almost nothing this year. Our shelter has expanded its footprint and size since this last contract was negotiated. We've actually doubled the amount of animal housing that we can hold, and we're at capacity. and that's local capacity. In addition to that, we've also increased the resources, very invaluable resources of animal control by 30% just in staffing salaries alone to meet the demand of what we're experiencing in Kitsap County. That's why we're asking for the 8% increase.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, go for it.
And so I heard an article on NPR about, post-COVID and pets. And I think it had to do with the labradoodles, or the giant, amount of them were confiscated in Seattle. And I just wondered if that was a factor here in Kitsap County, if the amount of the intake that you're receiving is a reflection of people in post-COVID and, they're going back to work and they're.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So because of COVID, we lost spay neuter services all across the nation. There's already limited services for veterinary services within Kitsap County, but when you stop spay neuter services, population increases.
I had no
But also
idea.
because of the financial constraints that many people faced, there was a little bit of prioritization of what can I do for my animal versus how do I sustain a lifestyle in this world right now. So getting your animal spay or neuter was the last thing that we really were worried about. So we're seeing large uptick in animal intake because of this. And
Okay.
we forecast this to be something that's prolonged for years to come. We're seeing potentially animal welfare 10 years ago. So all the hard work we've done is started right back at ground level.
Okay, because I think to add to that as well is people brought animals into their home when they were homebound during COVID. And now the world is opening up again, so to speak, and people are returning back to work, right? They're leaving their homes when they were home with their animals all day. And so they're seeing them now problematic, right? They're destroying their homes, so we're seeing strays and surrenders higher number.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Derek.
Thank you.
So for those that weren't around, the city used to do animal control in-house. And we switched over around 2002, 2003 to Kitsap Humane Society, and then we immediately got rid of all our facilities. We were up over by the Highway Patrol building. To the best of my knowledge, Kitsap Humane Society is the only game in town. So you're kind of a monopoly. We don't have much control of who we would go to. I don't think the administration would be interested in doing animal control again. And I think you're doing a great job, to the best of my knowledge. My only suggestion for the council, actually, to our audit chair, is perhaps consider putting this on the work plan at some point for the auditor to look at, because there's all kinds of performance matrices in here, to go ahead and look at that and make sure that we're doing our due diligence and our doing our good value. That's all. No, I don't believe we're not, but it's just $260,000, a lot of money on an annual basis. That's all I have. Thank you.
Can I just follow up?
Yes.
Part of the scope and all in this contract calls for quarterly reports. Is there a way that those could be forwarded to council?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, any other comments? Any objection to having this on consent? The thumbs up for consent. Okay, perfect. All right. All right, seeing no objection, this will go on consent for next meeting. Cool. Thank you so much, Ms. Monroe, and thanks to everyone at the Humane Society for your great work. Much appreciated.
I love animal.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we got A3, acceptance of Defense Communities Compatibility Account Grant for construction of the Quincy Square project and capital agreement with Washington State Department of Commerce. And we have engineering project manager Nick Atai here to present. And I believe Mr. Atai is online.
Katie Ketterer.
Katie
Oh,
is up.
Katie's coming. Okay. All right, Ms. Ketterer, go for it.
There's Nick.
Like, no, wait, that was my name. Okay. Just a moment of grace here. I haven't been back to study sessions since we moved back to this room. So I'm gonna try and share my screen to do the presentation. Okay, and hopefully that goes okay. Unless you want to drive it, Jeff, that would be.
Share.
Jeff,
Should be
do you
able
have-
to. Do you want me to share the packet again? Or
Share?
Yes, I
Interesting.
do. Yeah.
Can we give Katie permission to share?
She
Mike?
should have it.
Okay.
Yeah, on the iPad there, Mike will show you how. I don't think I can do it from here.
I thought you were gonna teach me to fish. All right.
There's a power.
You
I
should
guys
be
teach me to
some-
fish every time.
Do you need a hand?
No, I just need a moment. There it is.
These are all chocolate to me.
Hmm?
These are all chocolate.
There we go. All right.
I'm sorry. It's a wonderful guy. It's a wonderful
All right.
There we go. That's fun. All right. All right, so I'm here about the Quincy Square project and a grant that we have received from the State Defense Community Compatibility Account. Of course, Quincy Square is going to reconstruct 4th Street from Pacific to Washington from West Street. We're receiving $1.75 million from the DCCA grant program. The grant is managed by the Department of Commerce, and I'm requesting that council accept the grant and approve it for the mayor to execute. It is a standard grant agreement with Commerce, similar to other grant agreements that we have with Commerce and earlier agreements that we've had on Quincy Square. Just a quick overview of the budget for Quincy Square. This is revenue coming into the project. So we have that big $2.5 million federal grant. We have this new grant from BCC at 1.75. We have a small amount of transportation capital money, stormwater, water, and additional state appropriations, which were used for the design phase of this project. The total project cost estimate is $5.5 million. So we have no funding shortfall anticipated at this time. And, we were prepared to use REAP in order to fully fund this project. So getting this state grant frees that up. So that's really, really good news. I wanted to take a quick second. We've had so much community support for this project. So much. This is not everybody. These are organizations that signed letters of support that helped us get our funding. And there's 18 listed there. I included Quincy Jones because he did write us a beautiful letter that to give support to the project. But I just wanted to put these folks up here because it really did help us to get this funding and to get the federal funding. And we'll have even more people to add to this list by the end of this project. Quincy Square timeline. The NEPA permit is complete. Had a bit of a time delay with that permit, so we're done with that. Bid ready documents are being completed and finalized now. We'll be going to bid late this fall, early winter. Plan to award the construction contract as soon as we can, early 2024. There will be a suspension of the contract to allow the contractor to put in all his or her orders for materials. It takes a long time to get. It's one of our strategies to help us to condense the construction time down so that we have as little impact as we can on the businesses on 4th Street. Construction would be in the summer of 2024 and ribbon cutting sometime in fall of 2024. So just to give you a little heads up about some of the action, there's a lot of things going on with Quincy Square right now, a lot of really exciting things. We have 2 art committees that are being run by the City of Bremerton's Art Commission that will be releasing calls to artists for a mural and a sculpture that will be included with the project. And those committees will be selecting the artist early next year. We're creating an operations and activation plan, which will include some public meetings. And there's going to be some more information about that effort with the mayor's report at next week's council meeting. We are convening a committee for the design of interpretive signage along the street. That will also include some public meetings and public engagement. And we will have a contract for construction management and construction engineering, which will include a plan for business outreach during construction that we will be bringing to council here in the next few weeks. So that is it. I will stop sharing, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thanks for squaring all that up. Council, questions, comments? Anna, and then Jennifer.
Anna, you go ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay. So a festival street, that's a curbless street,
Yes, it is.
but parking will still be allowed on 4th Street?
There is a very limited amount of parking that is going to remain on 4th Street.
Do you have, since last week, we looked at the results of creating a festival street in Manette. And one of the results was people parking on the sidewalk area since they couldn't see any distinction between the street and the sidewalk. And another one was flooding. So I was wondering what precautions you've taken to prevent that on 4th Street.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And 4th Street is a little bit of a different animal. And I would go back first to our strategy to allow the contractor to have extra time to procure materials. I think one of the contributing factors with 11th Street is that they haven't been able to get the special curbing in there, and so that it can't quite delineate the space quite as well. On Quincy Square, we will actually have like a bright yellow truncated, thank you, Tom.
Truncated what?
Truncated domes. They're typically used to help people who are visually impaired see where the street ends.
And people will be able to feel those with their cars?
No, they're not. It's more, it would be visual because they're bright yellow. So that would be a visual cue that they're not supposed to park on that. Secondly, in our design, the parking areas are bordered by landscaping beds, so they're kind of like hemmed in by landscaping.
Great big objects that one can see clearly even in the dark and rain.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff there. So, yeah. So there was one other thing. I think that answers the question.
And accepting this 1.75 mil doesn't. I mean, it's comes without any strings, right? We just get the money.
Well, we have to complete projects, but yes.
What's I'm so sorry. Perhaps I missed it. What's the timeline for the completion of the project, or otherwise the grant money will be taken away?
It's the grant money timeline is it's way out there. It's like 2027.
Even with the current supply chain difficulties, that seems quite feasible.
Oh, I remember the other part. Your other question was range. And 4th Street is a pretty flat street. We do have curtain drains that will valley gutters that will direct the stormwater into the drains. And then when we took a second look at the drainage, actually several months ago before, and decided to add an extra catch basin just to be sure that we were collecting enough and that we didn't have anything or anything. So I'm pretty confident in the design to take care of any rainwater, stormwater issues.
Okay. Thank you. I had no further questions this evening.
Jennifer.
Yeah, so my question is for Director Riley. So does that mean there's an extra $1.75 million in the REIT fund now? If it's been freed up from being obligated for the Quincy Square?
No, so this was identified before, so you've actually approved action for overages. I utilized that 1.7 million.
So it wasn't actually there.
So it wasn't there because they're approved for other projects that have come for overages.
Oh, okay.
You've actually approved some items that cost overrun that utilize that 1.7 tables.
Oh, so there's not $1.75 million left in REIT.
Correct.
Oh, see, we need to be a little more careful about this REIT because we're losing the opportunity to fund affordable housing projects. That's all. Thank you.
We're street repair.
Denise.
For affordable housing.
I am so excited and congratulations to everybody who's worked on this project. And I just want to say congratulations to Michael Goodnow as well. He certainly played a role in bringing this to fruition. Maybe not the grant itself, but certainly the vision. And happy days. Congratulations, my friend. It's bringing economic vitality to Bremerton through our beautiful downtown. And good job. I love hearing that we don't have to look for any more money. You know, that's nice. I'm sure your report next week will be glowing. Yeah. Like a festival.
Any other questions, comments? Yana?
Yeah, congratulations, Michael. Well done, you. I guess I'd just like to point out again that we're spending $805,000 out of the streets, the water, and the stormwater budgets for this block. That's it.
Fantastic. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Comment. Thank you for finding all that money. State Department, like that's a big relief. I mean, that's, so I didn't mean to get negative on you about that. I appreciate it. And this is like a long project for you and you've done a lot of good work on it. So thank you, Ms. Keller.
Thank you. I look forward to giving more thanks to you.
Michael or Eric, anything?
I'll just,
Sure.
again, thank you for getting the grant and it's okay.
You're good.
I'm just saying thank you. I consent.
Let's see, you'll see my district. Yeah, again, I'll look other thanks. I'm really glad to see that 55,000 for public art in there, and it's going through the Public Arts Commission, which I know we've been really prioritizing the money, the city spending some money on public art. So great to find a federal source of funds for it. And what a great example of stacking federal, state, and city funds to get a big project done. That is just fantastic. The only question I had, Ms. Ketterer, as you mentioned, minimizing impact to businesses and full disclosure, I volunteer for the museum where we have Quincy's piano in the lobby. Come check it out. Any kind of plans there to kind of say, hey, businesses are still open with access when construction's going on?
Yes, we will have more plans coming soon. I've been trying to get the word out to the businesses as the information comes in to you all. We have in that construction management and construction engineering contract that will come forward soon. We have some public outreach dollars in there specifically for working with the businesses. So yes, that is going to be a big focus for us as we move this project for construction.
Excellent. That's great to hear. There's money for that. All right. Any objection to consent?
Consent.
All right. This will go on consent for next week. Thank you all for your hard work. All right. Next up, engineering project manager Nick Atai is not going anywhere. He's here to present a full public works agreement with Precision Concrete Cutting Incorporated for the 2023 to 2025 sidewalk trip hazard removal unit priced contract. Take it away, Mr. Atai.
And it too's
Thank you.
She's getting some love, Nick.
Thank you, President Coughlin, Council, Nick Atai, Engineering Project Manager. I'm running here. So this is for the sidewalk trip hazard repair contract. So as I'll kind of get into in a little bit more detail, this will be a 3-year unit price contract. I think traditionally we brought these to you on an annual basis, so this will streamline things a little bit for us. So just a quick overview of the program itself. Really 2 primary goals of the program. We want to
eliminate the trip hazards on the sidewalks and provide a more walkable and city. Doing it the way we've done it in the past, it's really effective. It's about 70% more cost effective than just going in and replacing sidewalks. So you're really maximizing the life of the sidewalk that you're replacing. Just a few key points here. I'm not going to go over each one of these, but we did a study in 2018, condition of sidewalks. That time we had 132 miles of sidewalk, quite a bit of sidewalk on that network. Of those blocks, about half of them had deficiencies noted. And we've done 3 contracts previously addressing these sidewalk trip hazards, addressing over 2,300 trip hazards. And this will be a continuation of that program. The graphic there showing in green the areas of the city that we have completed. And you can see in orange there, that's what we have planned for this upcoming work cycle later this year. Just a few representative photos of some of the conditions of sidewalks, this upcoming phase. Not every sidewalk trip hazard is the same. We've got all sorts of conditions. So as I'll talk about, we really wanted to regear this program to make it more effective for the sidewalk conditions we have throughout the city. So we took an opportunity to kind of step back and look at the program, how we performed over the last 3 contracts, with the challenges that we had with slabjack and lifting sidewalks. We wanted to see if there was a more cost-effective way to eliminate those trip hazards. And we also wanted to improve, just the procurement process. It's, a lot of times you don't realize how much staff time and effort goes into securing these contracts and getting them, to ultimately we're requesting council approval. So what we came up with was specifying use of horizontal sawing in lieu of injecting the foam in the sidewalk. There's less construction impact. You're not parking a big box truck in front of houses on narrow streets, on busy streets. It's about 15 to 20% more cost effective, and actually can address many more of the trip hazards. And it provides a better finish than grinding done in the past. We also changed to a 3-year unit price contract. Allows us to maximize our annual budgets, obviously reduces staff time, and ensures that we can get these contracts done in a timely manner. So we do want to always, look at opportunities to use the foam injection. It's a great product. It's a very kind of specific application. So when we're looking in the downtown area, we've got, areas we want to have a little better aesthetic finish, and we'll certainly consider still using the foam injection. This was a small works bid. We solicited to 133 vendors. We opened bids on September 14th. We received 1 bid from Precision Cutting for a total of $272,882 for an estimated 3-year contract total. Our annual budget for this program was recently reduced to $100,000 per year. So, that's going to be kind of our ballpark budget for 3 years. Their bid was responsible. BCC, Precision Concrete, all over the Puget Sound. What they do is their business. Really excited to have the opportunity to work with them. And then just kind of an overview of the contracts. So we'll roll right into work later this fall, into the late year for the 2023 work. And then each year we'll do early scoping and then do a work order for that specific work. And I think that is the end of my presentation.
Excellent. Thanks for sidewalking us through that. Did this go through finance or public works? Public works.
Yeah.
All right. Take us away.
This went through Public Works. We were happy about it. Mr. Atai got into geekier details at that time about why the slabjack, which had been one of the 2 principal methods, worked really well for sunken sidewalk, but not where tree roots had pushed up and cracked sidewalk. He emphasized the cost savings and the wear and tear on human beings who live here savings, and the only remarkable thing I think about this is that they sent out to 133 companies and got back one bid. So, yeah, I think this, I would recommend this go to consent. Thank you for doing this.
Anyone else, Denise?
As I said, District 2 is getting some love with this. And we have a lot of seniors in District 2 in those nursing homes and senior living facilities. And many of them are in wheelchairs. And I see them struggling they're in the street most of the time because sidewalks aren't safe. And so, boy, I just lights me up when I see the coverage here. Those are the boys, Callahan, people are going up all the time, you know. You can see a nodding here. So on behalf of those folks, let me tell you, this really makes an impact in people's lives. So thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll just echo, this looks great. One bid is always worrisome, but it's amazing that the unit price was 3 cents below the engineer's estimate. So that makes me feel good. Was right on target even with one bidder. Only other comment I have is if you're going to put the work locations on the website with the orange and the green, if you could do like green and blue or orange and blue. I'm someone who's red, green, colorblind, so it looks exactly the same to me, but not too many of us. It's, 5-10%. That's it. All right. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, this will go on consent for our next meeting. All right. Thank you, Mr. Tai. Next up, we have Managing Engineer, Managing Engineer Janelle Hitch to present resolution to authorize the extension of wastewater utility services to the Fisher Plat located within the East Bremerton urban growth area. I know this is one we got a fair amount of emails on, so perfect.
You bear with me, it's the first time I'm in front of you guys.
No rush, all good.
All right. Okay. So I'm here today about the wastewater service request for the Fisher Plat and the Fisher Plat proposed development out in the county. And but it is within the East Bremerton urban growth area. And we are the wastewater service provider in that area. So outside the city limits, but within our wastewater service area. So the city's role in this development is as a wastewater service provider, and the 2014 wastewater comprehensive plan anticipates service to this area.
And I'm so sorry, Ms. Hitch. Can I? Is it possible to move the microphone a little closer?
Sure.
Hey, buddy. Yeah. It's fun being remote. I can test this. It's been great until now.
Yeah, I could maybe do that.
There we go.
That sound a little better? Okay.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
I wanted to note that if the proposed development was within the city limits, we would probably have already provided a utility availability letter. But because it's outside the city limits, BCC 1503-040 requires annexation. And when the annexation has been determined to be infeasible, the City Council gets to decide in its sole and absolute discretion whether to provide the wastewater service. Annexation is infeasible at this time, and so the following presentation will describe the determination and give you some information to make your decision. So this is an exhibit to show the location of the proposed development. The parcels are for the development. Let's see, let me show. Well, yeah, they're in orange, and the city is over here, the pink line to the west. It's a 189 lot subdivision. And I also want to point out that the property owners also own this property to the east. Let's see, let's go to the next slide. So it's in the Enetai neighborhood, not adjacent to city limits, and does not currently have wastewater service or facilities. If the city council approves services, an extension of the wastewater service would be required, and their extension would be designed and installed by the developer to city standards. Constructed and inspected wastewater facilities would be transferred to the city for operation and maintenance. And as the residences build and connect to the system, the city would collect general facility fees and ongoing service fees. This shows the preferred route of the wastewater extension. The extension would include a lift station and about 4,000 linear feet of 16-inch force main. The extension would tie into our system at Northeast Fruitland and Perry Avenue intersection there. And our existing system was evaluated for both conveyance and capacity within our wastewater treatment plant. And we do have capacity within the system, and that analysis was done assuming future full build-out conditions. So, as I said, under the municipal code 15.03040, the general policy of the city of Bremerton is to provide is that properties located outside the city limits annex into the city before wastewater utility service are provided. However, the council may approve service if annexation is not feasible, or for instance, if there's a failed septic system. So an annexation evaluation was conducted by the City Department of Community Development, and just per state law and Kitsap County-wide planning policies, you can annex a property if it's contiguous to city limits, but where the Fisher Plat's situated, it is not contiguous, so would not be supported for annexation. So the annexation area considered was a much larger area, as shown in this exhibit. It's outlined in pink. Orange area, as I stated previously, is a proposed development. Purple is also owned by the developer. And the green is properties that have outside utility agreements with the city. An outside utility agreement is agreement signed by the property owners that grants the city a limited power of attorney to include the owner's consent to annexation of the property as part of any notice of intent or petition to annex presented to the city. So the proposed area that we just saw is about 350 acres and has 483 parcels, assessed value of $169 million. 60% of the total property value is needed to proceed with the annexation, so that would be about $100 million. The city has existing commitments through OUAs, those green properties, and with the developer's property, the total value there is $12.1 million. So that's 7.2 of the total assessed value and well below the 60% needed for annexation. Additionally, a survey was completed by the developer, and it went out to the property owners in the annex study area, and the results showed that more than 90% of the owners did not support annexation. So in conclusion, the study shows that annexation is not feasible, so the city council is at their sole and absolute discretion decides whether wastewater service should be provided. So I just want to point out the fiscal impacts of not providing utility service is a loss of revenue of about $1.5 million in general facility fees, general facility charges, and $250,000 annually in discharges. Additionally, the extension of the wastewater service by the developer is in line with our overall plan to serve in this UGA. I suspect you have some questions. That's the end of my presentation.
Perfect, thank you. And to just want to say for anyone in the room or watching who emailed comments, I think staff were able to include in the packet everything received up until about 3:30 or 4. So if you send them around there after you don't see in the packet, we'll make sure that they get in the packet for the final version. All right, with that, yeah, I'll start with, I saw Denise real quick before Michael. Denise and Michael.
This is a big deal. It's a lot bigger deal than it at first appears to be. And I represent District 2, which if we were to annex would be right adjacent to District 2. I had never driven through Anatai really until this weekend, when President Coughlin and I joined a Manette resident, because we knew this was going to be coming up and we wanted to go see. And so I went and I saw. And I'm a big lover of urban forests and nature. And there's not much more pristine than that area in such an urban type of environment. And yet we've got this urban growth plan, an area, and it's going to happen at some point. I mean, it will. And I've spoken truth to power my whole life, so forgive me if I don't think I'm wrong about this. At some point it will. Do I want it to be on my watch? Probably not. You know? And yet, I ran the chamber for a number of years and I dealt with business people. And I'm one that doesn't believe that developers are bad. I'm one that always says development is a great word. It means growth. It means evolution. It means, you know, and yet there are so many areas in Bremerton where we need housing that is flat. It doesn't have to be clear cut. It doesn't have streams running through it down to the Puget Sound. And this is a big deal. This is a lot bigger deal than it appeared to me when I first heard about it. And President Coughlin, I need a whole lot of answers. If we grant this, if we were to say yes, we give our permission. That basically gives permission for the clear cutting, isn't that right?
I'd say no.
Well, you can install the hookups and lines without.
I don't want to put that here, but go ahead.
No, please, I'm asking.
Okay, so our role here is as a sewer provider. So all of the land use is a county decision.
Yeah.
Like the critical areas, the development density, the zoning, all of those decisions are the county's commitment. So we're asking you as a council if you want us to extend, provide sewer service. And that doesn't mean we have a design for sewer service yet. We have a concept that we understand the capacity issue. But in terms of land use and all of those decisions and preliminary plating and final plating, that is all a county process. So, but if this plat does not have sewer service, it's not going to be the same plat. It's going to be a lower density if they're going to subdivide. They're going to look at septic systems. So really, this is the question we're asking you is, do you want us to provide an availability letter that allows extension of the sewer system to provide sewer service for this development? That's all we're asking you to do. So what the consequences of that beyond that decision, then yeah, that's going to set this project on a path to potential development. Mm-hmm. But all of those issues are really rest with Kitsap County, not with the city. So.
Right, but isn't this a little bit early
Well, you
If
have
the
to-
county hasn't, you know,
They can't approve preliminary plat without available utilities.
so we
It has to be
grant
early.
greater density by doing this.
Urban
Because the
density.
developer is probably, remember, that's a good word, people. The developer is going to build there. It's just a matter of how dense it is. Is that the,
Well, it's.
and I know we're going denser.
If you want urban densities, you know, that we're trying to achieve in urban growth areas, so we don't have sprawl, then sewer is one of the fundamental services that you need to have higher densities, because you need like a quarter-acre lot at least, if not more, to put in a septic system. So this allows lot size. I don't know what the lot sizes are on this development.
It's a lot smaller than anything around them.
It definitely, yeah. And that's what sewer, when you extend sewer, that's why it's a primary urban service, is providing sewer service allows higher density in urban areas. So.
And, you know, again, being a business person and knowing it, that's investment and meaning from the developer. It is, and it's investment in our community. And I'm not one that wants to steer that away unnecessarily. And yet I didn't expect a proposal like this coming so, I mean, there's waterfront property, not in the parcel that's going to be developed first, but ultimately it's really close to the water, that whole area. And it also won't have to have a lot of fill. I mean, see, these are the questions. It's like, before I want to do something like this, I kind of want to be at the county and see, okay, what is all this going to be? And the fill, and now I've heard that the fill has proven not to be stable in surrounding developments. That's a red flag.
Denise, sorry to be a stickler. I should have spoken up earlier, if you won't mind addressing the council for.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And believe me, it's not, this feels really around, I really don't want to say backhanded.
It's just the process.
I know, but
you have to show that you have services before you can really go much further, right? So.
But how about the community? How about the community? And has there been a community discussion where the neighborhoods who are around, probably not. You know how much I believe in community, Ned, and or President Coughlin.
Again, more questions about it.
Yeah, I just, boy, I'm loving redevelopment. I'm loving all the density we're building along the corridor. And then when I'm faced with density in a highly beautiful natural area with larger lot sizes around them that are almost, you could almost call them, well, they're certainly view if they aren't beachfront. I just, I have some cautions. So I'll shut up now, President Coughlin.
That's okay. We'll see if we have questions just to make sure council understands all the information. I saw Michael's hands up right before Denise, and then we'll go to Anna.
So Ned stole a lot of my thunder. This is completely a county issue on how this is developed. We're a utility provider like power, water, internet. And all we're saying is that if asked, we will provide wastewater. We're the designated wastewater provider for that area. You know, those folks who've had probably failed septics were probably pretty dang glad that we came in and were able to do it, because when you've got a failed septic, it's a lot to deal with. Some of these folks might even be able to access this in the future, and it'd be very lucky that it's close by. The county's the one that should be talking to residents about how that's used. The number we're looking at is the max, because we need to know that kind of information. We know from dealing with developers that sometimes all kinds of things change with lot sizes and things like that, and areas. And if they're having to do fill, there'll be all kinds of different things. But it's not our decision. We are a utility provider in this case with a designated utility provider. And to be honest, putting more septic tanks near the water's edge, I think is also a bad idea. But all we're being asked is, if asked to provide wastewater services to this area, will we do it? So that's our scope, that's our role, that's our lane to stay in. I think that, and again, it's an urban growth area that was designated, I don't know when, but it was before tonight. That's something that the residents in that area hopefully should have been aware of what that meant, or they can go to their legislative body and just see what they can do. We have no authority in that area. We are asked one question: as a designated wastewater provider for that area, if asked, will we provide? That's all I have.
Excellent. Anna.
Thank you. I have often benefited from your insistence that we focus on just the thing in front of us. But I don't think, I think I'm going to move past it this time. So one thing on page 164 of our packet, there are fiscal impacts of not providing utility service, but the cost of providing the utility service is not included in there, of the design, of the installation, of the maintenance. And I think that would enable council to give a more honest appraisal of the proposed project. I don't have any notes on it.
Yeah, we did cover them.
Yeah, but did we get the exact figures?
The contractor pays for it. Contractor pays for it.
And the installation and the maintenance as well?
Well,
Once we take it over, we handle the maintenance and our utilities are.
Fair enough. I guess I'm going to move on to another point, which Ned Lever brought up, I think at our last study session, that we are the only municipality in the state of Washington that lacks a transportation impact fee. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay.
And it's not where there's not very many.
Entirely possible. Yes. Unincorporated Kelso, for example.
Sure.
So here's what this, I believe, is going to mean for us. We're talking about what, 189 lots? 483 parcels. Those parcels will have people who will use our streets. They
be
will.
189 parcels, just correct.
Nice.
There's 483 in the entire urban growth area.
Yeah, 189 lot subdivision. That's just for the Fisher Plat. Yeah. Sorry about that. Thank you for correcting me. Those people are going to go to our schools. They're going to use our streets. They're going to require our emergency services, who, as you will recall, earlier this year or late last year, said that they're already really stretched geographically. All of the annexations that have occurred down through and beyond Forest are really taxing their resources to the max. If I understand this correctly, if we're the only municipality that lacks this, the developer will pay the TIF to Kitsap County. And then if through the mechanism described by Eric at a previous meeting, like as it tips over and the people who live on the Fisher Plat become the majority and they compel annexation because that's what their deeds will say. Am I getting all that right? Más o menos. Then they will be in Bremerton and Kitsap County will be saying, this is excellent. I really like having these transportation impact fees, but we will not have them. Think about all of those extra stresses on our system that we don't have money for. I mean, just don't have money for. So I guess that's my reason for really wanting a lot more information before considering approving this. Well done.
Eric.
So normally I'm the last one to talk. I like to soak things in. I was hoping to jump the gun and be the first one because I wanted to give you guys a little background on all this. Around 2014, 2015, 2016, somewhere in there. When I was on council, I was frustrated that developers were getting our sewer services and not coming into the city. So I worked with the administration at the time. We crafted an ordinance that said basically, if you want our sewer, and Ned, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or Mayor. If you want our sewer service, you need to come into the city, and hence this ordinance. Okay. Rocky Point is a island for the city of Bremerton. Our current policies with the county, and I believe with state law, it doesn't allow us to create islands anymore. So therefore, I largely helped draft this ordinance that said, okay, developer, you want to come in and you're an island and you can't come in because no one else around you that's contiguous to the city, you don't have enough signatures, 60% of the assessed value, and that's square footage, if I recall correctly. Then you're going to have to petition the City.Council for their determination. In other words, we're not going to let Public Works make the decision. City.Council needs to make an informed decision. So next Wednesday, when we vote on this, if we vote on this, you can blame me for having to make the decision. Okay. Now, having said that, if I didn't put that process in, it wouldn't be before you, and Public Works could, and arguably, I'm not making Public Works the bad guy, but you guys would probably approve it because you're recommending us to consider this now. I don't know if you'd approve it or not. So now it's before us. And as much as I appreciated getting all the letters, and I read them all except for the ones that came in the last hour or so, I agree with Michael in that we just need to look at this and say, okay, what is in the city of Bremerton's and this community's best needs? And I'm not saying which way I'm going to vote because I want to hear the public comment next week. But I think about this, and it's an urban growth area. Okay, whether I agree with that or not, whether I'm a big fan of smart growth, which was passed in the 1990s or so, it's before us. And I know somebody that lives over by Innitai Beach tracks. I've taken Innitai Beach Road. You took it? Very steep, whatever. So one of the questions I have is the topography of the 40-acre or the 50-acre parcel. I didn't walk it. Is it as cratery as the Innitai Beach Road? Is it that bad? And the reason why I'm asking is not should they develop it or not. It has to do with your plans to provide sewer service. Is this going to be, you guys assumed, you guys did the analysis and this is feasible to do?
Yeah, so there was a preliminary analysis, and it did take a look at the topography of that area. The conveyance is feasible. Much of the proposed development would be on a gravity system, and that does take into account they are planning on doing some grading.
Okay, so, and I understand having a pump station in my backyard, so I understand how pump stations work. At the end of this, there's a pump station. It's a forced, it's going to push it back up to the street to where you said the connection point was. I understand the developer pays for that. When we look at the map, we had it going, the service going like crossing the parcel. When you go north or south of that parcel, you said it's mostly gravity fed. In parts that aren't gravity fed, that's going to require a pump station to get it to that main line, is it not? And if so, does the city pay for that pump station, or does the developer pay for all of the infrastructure on all 189 potentially platted lots?
They pay for it all. So yeah, if they needed to do so the individual grinder pumps that go out there, those are paid for by.
So they would have to do this. If we don't allow this annexation, then they're going to have to come up with their own, the developer will have to come up with a septic system. And by the way, I think the density at 189, 50 acres is less than 4 acres per lot, 0.25 acres. We don't even allow that kind of density in the city. Ours is 10 per acre.
Yeah.
So this isn't like, you know, super dense or whatever. This is 0.25 acres is nice size. Okay. So if we don't allow this, any idea of what the zoning would be under the county rules? It'd still be 0.25 because I recall they have densities similar to what we had before we changed it to 1/10.
I believe the zoning is just what it is out there, so, so I don't think it would change.
So one of the things I would like to know before I make my decision, if we vote on Wednesday, is what is the zoning for that parcel under the Kitsap County rules? Would it be the same? In other words, would they still be able to have 0.25 acre, but now each parcel has a septic system? That's,
So we don't delve into the zoning. We take a proposal for a density that's proposed and we evaluate the capacity of the system for what the request is.
Okay.
So we don't go back. I mean, we can ask the developer to try to have an answer to answer that question if they want it. I mean, they would have to provide that to us, but that's not our typical process. Is to vet options on zoning and densities. We take a proposal and a request. We take it at face value and we evaluate capacity and ability to serve. And any infrastructure that's required to provide that service is theirs to construct.
okay. I respect that position, Ned, but now let's put, as the council, putting our thinking caps on and looking 10 years into the future, 20 years into the future, when eventually, arguably, this becomes under the city. Maybe it's 30 years, maybe it's never, I don't know. So then when it becomes city, under the city annexation, when it becomes under the city limits, we get to inherit whatever Kitsap County approved. Okay. And so are our road standards tighter, i.e. requirements of sidewalks and whatnot versus the county? I have a feeling they are. And to go in with, and I'm not picking on you, but to go in with blinders and then say, all we are is a service provider.
Yeah.
And say, okay, but then 20 years later, we pay the price because now we inherit another community with no sidewalks. Yeah. How responsible is that of me? Yeah. And by the way, I can make the decision according to this ordinance, yea or nay, without having to give a reason why. Mm-hmm. So that's an interesting thing. So I would, this is a tough one. I do understand the argument, we're a service provider, but I'm also in the community letters are fine. Don't get me wrong. I listen to them, I understand it, but I'm really looking at towards the future. And what does the city inherit in the future? And if we don't do this, then the city may inherit a whole bunch of homes with septic. And then we got another problem. This isn't an easy decision. So people that are listening going, which way is Eric going? Eric's going back and forth, and I apologize for this. It's like a tennis match. But these are the things I have to think about, which wasn't my intention when I wrote the ordinance. But,
I know.
You didn't tell me I told you so 7 years ago.
Very polite.
Unintended consequences. I almost want to say I need more information as far as the proposal. And I understand the city saying, well, we don't need to do that. The developer doesn't have to provide that. Well, the answer to that, I'm hoping the developer is listening to this or as a representative. The answer to that in my one vote is I don't have to vote for the project either, unless I get answers to my questions. So at this point, that's where I'm at.
I think it would help that there were clear questions that were articulated in writing.
Yeah.
You could pass on to the developer that, I mean, there's certain things that we can do for you, right? And this isn't that. Like, it's not our job to vet those questions, but the developer can answer them, and you can ask them, and we can ask them to present that so we can provide it in the packet, and that if that helps make the decision. But really, our role is it feasible for wastewater, and is the annexation viable? We've provided that information, so you have that policy decision, but all the rest of it, if you have questions, please send them to Janelle or I, and we'll send them to Janelle. She's the point, and then see if we can make the packet a little bit more robust, if they can provide the answers to your questions, and if they don't, I guess that's part of your decision making. It's really your decision.
And Council President, I think that's an excellent idea, but I suggest we send them to you, and then we have our attorney look over the questions, make sure we're not crossing any boundaries, and then bring in the public works to have them ask the developer for clarification.
Yeah, so it's certainly something we could do, as well as asking the county directly and our commissioners. I have a few questions, but Jennifer, you haven't gone yet, if you want to go.
I'd like to see this on general business. Just saying. That's all I really have to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, good.
I'm learning as we go on this one, so.
Yeah, this is a tricky one, because I do appreciate the consequences 10, 20 years down the road of this decision. So yeah, when Denise and I drove around the area, it was really illuminating. We of course couldn't go into the area that's actually considered for development because it's a forest. But driving around the surrounding areas and neighborhoods, and especially along like Anatai Beach Road, it was kind of shocking how much is basically dirt roads, and there's some culverts and some little bridges. And, you know, if the city were to annex that area in the future, there's definitely non-zero cost to bringing those roads up to code and maintaining the culverts and the bridges. That was interesting to see. And then just where the access to this development would be in the existing housing and knowing all that. One question, so if I got the packet right here, so the current assessed value of the area considered for development and the blue area, is that that's about 18%. Sorry, I just lost the figure.
169 million.
What percentage of valuation for the entire urban growth area was that? Oh, 7.2?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any, so the land as is undeveloped is 7.2% of the total assessed property value for the entire urban growth area. Do we have any projection if we were to grant sewer service and both those parcels were developed by the current plans from the developer, then what percentage of the total assessed property value would be? Any rough estimate?
Higher.
Estimate.
Higher, definitely, yeah.
Council President, if just back of the envelope, let's round up the 180 to 200 lots, multiply it by $700,000, which should, I guess, would be the average assessed value for new construction. That might be even low, I don't know. That's $140 million. And you have the total right now at 169 million. So you're still not at the 60% required for annexation if this was built out, which would probably take 5-10 years to build out, I would assume. Again, I'm not a developer either, but you would still need support from other properties, in my estimation, on a 700,000 value to get enough parcels to go ahead and say, I want to move to the city.
Thank you. I love having a finance guru on council. That makes sense, because obviously where I'm going is if they developed it, would they be able to use the main method of annexation? Because the only alternative is the 50% of voters and property size. Okay, yeah, that'd be interesting to know, but let's get back to the envelope. And then just to get it straight, the 1.5 million is a one-time payment to the city, and then the was a couple $100,000 is annual. The 250,000.
The general facility charges are at one time, and then the 250,000 is above the service charge estimated based on the number of lots.
Okay, so we get 1.5 million kind of right away, or whenever this goes into effect, and then 250 a year. Yeah, this is I want to be mindful of the impacts this has. One suggestion, council, is we do I don't know if is there any rush on this from the developer to wait another 2 weeks? I guess it'd be 3 weeks out.
Whether or not.
Yeah. I know, I'm assuming not. So we could do, council, we could do a public hearing, just take input. I mean, we've gotten some letters, like to hear people in person. I'd like to hear from, Commissioner Walters, this is her district in the county. Be curious to hear her thoughts. I know she's talked to folks out there. Yeah, just to get more input. So it's that, or we just do general business and vote on it. How are folks feeling?
I'd like to hear from the developer.
Yeah.
And the only way we can do that is to send questions to you. I'm so sorry.
No.
Is to send questions to you and then have the developer respond in writing then we're probably looking at next study session, not the upcoming general meeting. So if the developer would like to come and be pilloried,
I would like to see this. No, I like your idea of public hearing. I think there's folks that need to talk. So I like the idea of public hearing, next week. I don't think I'm not ready to take action on this. I'm still learning and weighing the whole density versus protecting green space idea. So I don't know about anybody else. I'm not quite ready to vote on it yet.
Anyone, any objection to public hearing? Got Denise and Eric?
I love the idea of public hearing, and Katie Walters, I know, has a lot of knowledge and understanding of the GMA and urban growth areas and all of that. And we got to get ready for this. I know, and it's going all up the corridor, and it's a little. You have to excuse me, please. It's a little painful, so.
Eric?
Yeah, let's do a hybrid. So you got public hearing next Wednesday, no action will be taken, just for public comment. Perhaps the city will invite the developer and his or her, or their husband and wife, looks like, the representative to do a presentation or whatever, come up with, this is what their plans, whatever they'd like to share, whatever their comfort level is to hear, for lack of better terms, their side of the story. And then in the interim, the council does what Mr. Lever suggested, is to write our questions, and perhaps we'll get those answers. But at this point in time, it's too much information for me to digest next Wednesday night to make an informed decision. And again, this has got a 10, 20-year horizon. This is a project that I would think would take several years. So another 2-week pushing off period is not going to be that big a deal. So I prefer to exercise caution.
All right. I just really remember one more question for Public Works. Sorry. So if the city doesn't provide sewer, the developer could do septic. Do you know if there's any chance of county sewer being connected there? Has that even been looked at? I have no idea where the closest connection is.
They don't want to do urban growth areas.
Well, it's our service. The UGA is assigned to the city of Bremerton, and technically it's our service area. And if they wanted to petition the county and we refuse to serve them, I think they would have an opportunity to approach Kitsap County and see if Kitsap County would serve them, but they're going to be further away and it's probably going to be more expensive. So yeah, if we say no, they have to get to exercise whatever other options they have available.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So let's put this on public hearing for next week. Thanks to everybody for inviting in. And with that, Council, you good with a 10-minute break, and then VP Chamberlain, I may ask you to take over because I'm starting to, I think it's getting worse. So appreciate it.
All right.
Feel better, Joe.
All right. We'll reconvene at 6:50.
Hey, good job.
Hey, thanks for joining us. That means you. All right, so I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. Next on the agenda, we have item A6, Managing Engineer Shane Weber here to present an information only item on the update on the Warren Avenue Bridge multimodal project.
We're
Take it
doing
away.
something to the bridge? Well, we'll see about that after the presentation. But I'm glad to be here tonight. This is an information session. I'm going to see if I can pull the presentation up and share it on my screen here. And let me know if you all can see that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it in presentation mode here real quick. And I have two gentlemen here with me tonight to help me present on this item. And we're fortunate to have them here tonight. I have Brian McConaughey to my right here, which I think you all know. So I don't think any further introduction is probably needed there. But to my left, we have Steve Rohr with Washington State DOT. He is the Olympic Region Administrator. So he oversees the entire Olympic region for Washington State DOT. So very fortunate to grab Steve's time tonight and Brian's to help present this presentation to council. So I just went through introductions, and tonight what I'm going to be presenting on is background, kind of sort of what we have been doing today on the project. Brian's going to give a legislative update on what's been going on there. And then Steve is going to talk a little bit about the underbridge inspection truck and an update for council there on what's going on with that topic. And then I'll talk about bridge load rating update, project cost, schedule update, and just what's going on for next steps on the project, and then some unresolved issues and challenges. And this presentation tonight truly is a snapshot in time on where we're at. There are some issues that we're dealing with that we want to, make clear to council on what we're dealing with for the project. So this is, we don't have all the answers at this point, but we just want to walk through just where we sit right now, what issues that we're dealing with, and just have that dialogue with council as information of the project. So with that being said, on August 2nd of this year, City Council passed a resolution 3363 approving the bridge configuration that we move forward to the project. That configuration, as Councilor Kaufman, President Kaufman says, I think it's alternative X is what that one is. It has a 12-foot clear width pathway on the east side of the bridge, an 8-foot clear width pathway on the west side of the bridge, or wider if budget is available, and overlooks on the west side of the bridge if budget is available. What we've been doing since that time and since that alternative X was preferred by council is that we've been working hard to wrap up the feasibility study that we've been working on over the past year and a half, 2 years. And we received a draft of that report from our consultant SCJ, and it's currently under staff review right now. We've been working on contracting with our civil consultant SCJ to negotiate a scope and fee for the civil component of the project. And we're working with WashDOT on scope and fee that needs to be updated for design alternative X. And other items that we've been working on in the meantime have been looking at rebaselining the project schedule and updating costs based off of the alternative X, and we'll go through that a little bit later in the presentation, as well as coordinating with WashDOT on UBIT inspection and load ratings. Then also, been working a little bit on reprogramming the construction funding. If you all remember, the construction funding is currently programmed in the 2029 plus outer years. So that's $25 million of construction funding. So those are the things that we've been working on over the past month and a half or so since the alternative X was selected. And so with that being said, I'm going to hand it off to Brian to talk about the legislative update.
Yeah, good evening, council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. One of the things that the reason I'm involved is due to the potential cost overruns that we might be potentially seeing with the alternative 12x8 design as everybody moves forward. And so I've been, since that decision was made, I've been in contact with the mayor and the Public Works Department, really trying to get a grasp of what are we looking at for overruns, not only in the actual construction of the sidewalks to the Warren Avenue Bridge, but also to the current $1.5 million study that we're study and design that we're working on right now. And because for me, my top priority is to get the money reprogrammed. And that means to get the money from the 29 plus timeframe back into the 25 to 27 timeframe that it was initially budgeted when the governor's transportation budget came out. And you all remember that when the legislature came out with its transportation budget, that's when everything got bumped. And so that's really been my focus over the last 2 months, is actually since session ended, was on how best to move forward with that. We had a very productive meeting with Senator Drew Hansen 2 weeks ago, roughly. Just to give you a quick political update, as you know, Senator Rolfus stepped down. Senator Drew Hansen got appointed to her position. Senator Randall is more than likely, 99% likely, getting moved from Transportation Committee over to Ways and Means. And so that seat opens up then. And then, so what's probably going to happen is that Senator Hansen will now assume the role on Transportation Committee. So as we know, transportation has not been something that he's been actively engaged on. Higher ed and a few criminal justice are his main focuses. And so he's going to have to, get a pretty quick learning curve as he gets into this new role. And so anyway, we had a very productive meeting with him. He understands the challenges that we're facing. He understands that there's probably going to be a shortfall in our or a need for some additional funds for the $1.5 million that we had allocated. And so a couple of items real quick. So this upcoming session, it's a short session. It's only a supplemental session. So the 2-year budgeting process is not, that was done this last session. And so January 8th through March 7th will be this session. AWC, since I have a captive audience in the council right now, I wanted to remind you that the AWC City Action Days are January 24th and 25th. And then AWC just finalized their legislative priorities. And I believe those should be in your packet or handed to you. There we go. Exactly. So, and then jumping back to my primary focus in regards to this upcoming session, it's to get the money reprogrammed, hopefully. You'll see that we sent a letter off to Mr. Ork, who's with us today. WSDOT informed us earlier today that they have, that it's challenging for them to reprogram dollars if it's not the upcoming biennium or the current biennium. Is that an accurate statement, Steve? Okay, so we'll have to go the legislative route, which means that we've asked Senator Hansen to contact the governor's office and try to influence that process. And then we will begin the process of influencing the legislature themselves in hopes to get that money reprogrammed. One of the items that concerns me most is the potential need for more money for this project, not only for the overall construction of the 25 million, but also for the current 1.5 million. And so I wanted to just kind of highlight a couple of things: that money is not growing on trees in the transportation department. It is few and far, it's very hard to come by these days. And the primary reason for that is the lack of gas tax revenue that the state is currently experiencing. You'll notice that in the September revenue forecast, the Transportation Revenue Forecast Council highlighted that revenue is down 49.5 million from what the legislature developed their transportation budget on already, just in that 6-month period. And then, we're going to continue to have cost escalation impacts. I just read that there's a project over on the east side near Bellevue that's $250 million. It's going to have a $250 million shortfall. And so unless another transportation project package comes forward, like Move Ahead Washington, dollars are going to be very hard to come by. And so, when we look at the next phase of what Shane's going to discuss, I just want you to keep in mind that it's not going to be easy shaking money from the transportation tree. And that's really kind of my main message that I'd like to deliver. I have no dog in the fight in regards to 12x8. I just know that as a child riding across the bridge on my bicycle, it was extremely dangerous. And I got up to about 25 miles an hour and I was still going too slow. So anyway, just a little personal story, and I'll hand it back to Shane.
All right, thank you, Brian. The next piece of information that we wanted to talk to council about was, what has been going on with the underbridge inspection truck. I know we've been communicating with council through the feasibility alternatives process that a new U-bit in WashDOT's fleet would be required to inspect a sidewalk clear width of 12 feet, which is what is included in alternative X. And so I have Steve Work here to talk a little bit about the underbridge inspection truck update and provide an update on what's going on.
Yes, thank you, Shane. Good evening, council members, Mayor Wheelis. It's a pleasure to be here this evening, and I think I want to start off with just a compliment of your staff. I've worked together here in the region for over 30 years, and we've built some successful projects here in Bremerton. And looking forward to designing Warren Avenue with something that meets the need of the community. So Shane said I was asked to provide some context, if you will, on bridge inspection, and it's a complicated matter. Just by way of background, WashDOT inspects roughly 3,500 bridges in accordance with national bridge inspection standards, federal requirements. And we do that with our underbridge inspection trucks. And I think Shane has kind of informed me that I think you understand what that is. It's a bucket truck. It is a very robust bucket truck that can articulate. Pretty expensive gear, if you will. So in the case of the Warren Avenue Bridge, it is inspected every year. It is a fracture critical bridge, meaning it doesn't have any redundancy. So we like to put our eyes on those bridges more frequently, particularly the steel span, which is shown actually up in that graphic, those deep girders. Our inspectors are out there looking at section loss, rust pack. They're looking at the things that cause the condition rating or the load rating of that bridge to. They actually write a report that says, here's what needs to be done, and here's what we view the condition of the bridge. So the proposed widening, I think it's called X, it presents some challenges from an inspection access standpoint. And I want to be very clear on this. It's driven by a combination of two things. First, the depth of that steel beam. I think, if memory serves, it's over 15 feet deep at its pier points, maximum moment points. Second is the width of the proposed cantilevered section, the 12-foot pathway, which is really 15 feet of reach, a little over 15 feet of reach we have to get over with a U-bit. Those two elements combined, they exceed the capability of our U-bit fleet that we currently have at WashDOT. And, the locations, and the reason for that is the arm has to go out, down below the girder, underneath the girder, and come back up to the soffit area where the bridge, where that girder meets the deck. That's the area that is of most interest for us. So what we're doing is next week, the 23rd, which I think is Monday, we are coming out here onto the Warren Avenue Bridge with one of our units, and we're going to go out there and mock up what we can physically reach. Instead of looking at this theoretically, we're going to know exactly what our maximum capability is. I can guarantee you it's not the 12-foot path. It's going to be something 8+, somewhere in there. So go to the next slide. I think there has been some investigation done into what's referred to as an A62T, which is shown here. It's a slightly larger machine. Unfortunately, a larger U-bit does not provide the necessary reach with a 12-feet cantilevered path or a 15-foot total reach. Additional elements such as an underbridge maintenance platform, catwalk, whatever you want to call it, they would need to be designed into the project and constructed meaning the project would need to pay for those things in conjunction with a larger U-bit for us to have adequate inspection access. So, and I would add, while underbridge platforms they're frankly undesirable because they attract things like cormorants. We actually have a guano problem on this bridge right now. I can show you some fantastic pictures, in which corrodes the steel portions of the bridge. I think while it's undesirable to have platforms, we would certainly be willing to have those as part of the scope of the design and project going forward if that's something the community wants to move forward with. So I think that's the extent of what I had to say. I think we're going to hold questions to the end, but hand it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. And we're trying to get through the presentation because we've got quite a bit more. I want to save the questions to the end. President Coughlin, if that's okay with you.
Well, actually, I'm in charge, and it's okay with me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, appreciate that.
You're good.
All right. So the next thing is really a couple of issues that we're trying to deal with on this bridge, and it's more of like an update on these issues. They're more structural type issues. It's something that we're considering in the feasibility of the project. And the first one is the bridge load rating criteria. And so WashDOT completed a load rating of the bridge in 2013. And really what the load rating is it's putting a live load on the bridge, and it's analyzing all the structural components underneath the bridge to make sure that those structural components are adequate to hold the loads. It's basically, in a nutshell, what that is. When we were doing the feasibility study for the project, we were analyzing the same loads that were done underneath that 2013 load rating. We didn't see a need to update them or anything along those lines. But the current issue now is after the preferred alternative X was selected, our headquarters, WashDOT headquarters bridge structural engineer, they're having discussions on whether or not it's appropriate to apply any pedestrian loads in addition to the vehicle loads on the bridge. And so this is more of we're not sure exactly what that looks like right now. It would be something that could potentially, if you add vehicle loads on the bridge plus additional pedestrian loads, it could mean that we're into strengthening some members on the bridge that we didn't potentially consider in the feasibility study of the project. So that's kind of where that leads. And this is us trying to provide the information. Here are the issues that we see with this project right now. This is what we're dealing with. So there's going to be more to come on this. It's still underneath conversation with WashDOT headquarters bridge on exactly how they want to see that. And Steve.
Yeah, and if I could be very clear, I mean, we use a factor of 1.1, which means 110% basically from a load rating factor. We will not allow a load rating under 1.1 on our bridges. And the reason for that is bridges age, they get older. If we consume that 10% extra capacity, we may find ourselves having to load rate a bridge, and communities do not like it when we load rate bridges. So the concern here is WashDOT has not designed anything yet. And so when we pick up this design, if in fact what it takes to widen the bridge, say 12 feet in this example, or 8 feet, whatever it is, if it exceeds that, we will be put in a position of having to strengthen the bridge because we won't compromise the factor of safety that we have on the bridge today. That's my pitch of what you just said. So
thank you, Steve.
Yes.
Yeah, appreciate that. And then the second issue that we're dealing with is seismic retrofit criteria for the bridge. And basically what that is there's a 10% threshold for weight in addition to the current weight on the bridge that we are allowed to go be within that 10% threshold for weight. And if we supersede that threshold in weight, then what would happen is that we'd be kicked into a seismic retrofit on this bridge, and that's very expensive because of the height and the age of this bridge to go on that route. And when we were in the middle of the feasibility study, it was, when we were looking at widening of the sidewalk, we're looking at lightweight materials to do that. We can't do it with concrete; that would be too heavy. There's some corrugated materials we're looking at. There's some fiberglass type materials that we're looking at. So in order to get underneath that weight restriction, that's what we needed to do. I indicated here the elements that are adding weight on the bridge as part of the project, and the fine line that we're going to walk with, like Steve just mentioned, if we have additional catwalks on the bridge that are adding significant weight to the bridge, then all of a sudden, this is the criteria that we're dealing with. We may be kicked into a seismic retrofit. So that is an issue that we're working with right now, working with WashDOT right now on that issue and what that looks like. And right now, we don't know what that is. So, but just wanted to let the council know that that's an issue that we're dealing with on this project. So let's get to the project cost update for the bridge. We went back, we sharpened our pencils for alternative X, and we spent roughly $500,000 on the feasibility study. That was significant funding that we didn't anticipate for the design of the bridge. And in talking with our structural engineer, there's going to be additional cost to design the structural component of the bridge because when you're designing two different widths of sidewalk on the bridge, that ends up being double the amount of design as opposed to we were originally considering the same width of bridge on both sides. And so that cost is going to increase. And I'm currently in the process of negotiating the scope and fee with our civil consultant. Right now, we're sitting at about $860,000. I think that's going to come down. But I'm in the process of communicating, in the process of negotiating that work with our consultant. And so with that being said, we have a $2.37 million price tag right now for the design component of it. We have $1.5 million in actual design budget right now. We have the underbridge inspection truck. We have that as part of the project cost. That's 1.18 million is what we have in there for that. And then for construction, I listed out all the estimates that we have for the various components of the project for construction. It's coming out with 24.66 million for construction. So overall, that's 28.21 million dollars right now as a price tag. If there's any inspection modifications that need to be done, like catwalks, anything in addition to that, that would be in addition. And our total budget right now is 26.5 million. So that's where we sit on project costs. And this is just a quick just schedule of where we sit with the schedule of the project. We're just finishing up the feasibility analysis right now, which is shown in red. At the end of 23, we're wrapping that up. We did significant public outreach as part of that, and we're hoping to start off the design and permitting by the start of 2024 is what we're looking at. But it's going to be about a 2-year process to design and permit this project. There's going to be significant permitting with it. And we're shooting for the beginning of 2026 for the construction of this project. And of course, the funding program is up on the top there. It shows the $1.5 million that we currently have for funding, and the $25 million currently in the 2029 outer years. We talked about that earlier with Brian, so that's just shown there again. So I think this is the last slide I have in terms of next steps and unresolved issues and challenges. On WashDOT's end, we talked about the field test happening in this month. We're continuing to work with Aspen Aerials. So those exhibits that Steve showed before in his presentation, those are directly from Aspen Aerials, who makes the A62T unit. And so we're working with them directly on the inspection capabilities for that particular vehicle, and we'll continue to do so. We have determined the scope and timing of the evaluation of the UBIT and to WashDOT's current fleet. That's something WashDOT's working on. And then also working with the WashDOT headquarters to figure out what the load rating, the loads will be on the bridge for the load rating exercise. So on our end, on the city of Bremerton's end, we're completing the feasibility study that's already underway. I talked about the scope and fee negotiations with our civil consultant, scope and fee update with WashDOT, and then we'll continue to work with the legislature on reprogramming the construction funding to the 25-7 plan that Brian's working on. And then we have a funding gap on the design and construction phase overages. And just to recap the unresolved issues that we're dealing with right now, just so the council's aware, it's understanding the inspection issues with the alternative X and how we get by that and what that looks like. If it's adding catwalks to the bridge, how do we deal with that? And that's something that we're working on. Determine the appropriate load rating, and then also the additional weight of the structure. We need to ensure that we're keeping underneath that threshold size. So those are kind of the issues that we're dealing with right now, council. It's not for the faint of heart, but we're working really, really well with Washout, the partner in this exercise, as well as Brian's been great about working with legislation. So we're moving forward with alternative X, but there's some issues in front of us that we're dealing with to get there. So that's the message. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. I'm gonna defer to Public Works Chair.
Thank you.
I'm sure you have some questions.
Your certainty is well founded. So the UBIT that you're looking at is the A62, et cetera, et cetera. And you're looking at buying that for what, 1.18 mil? But that's the UBIT. I mean, there's two things that I can't really understand here. One, Mr. Rourke has said that UBIT is not sufficient, does not have the reach to inspect the 12-foot. So why, if that's the case, why is it in the, I mean, why are we even thinking about it if it can't be used?
Steve, you want me to answer that?
I can take a shot at that if you'd like. I mean, that is the only feasible way for us to get access, short of some kind of traveler underneath the bridge. So I think, it was fairly short notice. I was contacted and said, what can you do? So if you look at that picture, it's not the entire length of the bridge. It's really confined to the steel sections of the bridge where you have these very deep girders. We would need a U-bit, a larger U-bit, beyond what our current fleet can't reach 15 feet out, which is what that is for a 12-foot path. Mm-hmm. A larger U-bit can do that, but it can't reach the interior side of the 15-foot flange girder, steel girder. That's where we would need catwalks strategically placed, a couple hundred feet here, a couple hundred feet there. We haven't ran the math, but to be able to get into those, we have to physically, according to the rules, we have to physically be able to touch it. And that's for two reasons. One, so we can adequately inspect it. But secondly, and more importantly, when we do repairs, we want to be able to do them from a safe spot. If we can't do it from a bucket truck, we're going to do it from a platform.
And just to add on to what Steve is saying on this, we're looking at confined areas where this inspection cannot be met. And if you look up here at the picture of the view of the deep girder, you can see that the girder, which is the bottom I-beam right there, that attaches to the pier 6 there, you can see how there's a physical deflection there where it gets really deep at the pier. And where the height of that I-beam gets deeper at the pier there, that area in the vicinity of that pier and to the other pier where we have that condition, those are the two areas where we have the issue with the non-inspection areas. All the rest of the 12-foot, right now what we're being told can't be inspected. So it's just those two areas adjacent to those two piers we're talking about.
And Washout is still 100% no ropes, not no how, not no way ever.
I don't feel comfortable putting my people in that position.
Okay. I'm truly asking because I don't know. Yeah. So we're considering buying a U-bit that would be much cheaper to rent that won't work. It may not. Well, Mr. Rourke is stating that it will not work. Is that correct? It will not be able to inspect the things that WashDOT needs inspected. Is that correct?
In those areas, there's an area between Piers 6 and 7, did I get that right? Where we would need a combination of the U-bit and catwalks. You need
Okay.
both, not one or the other. It's both.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if the catwalks were there, and I understand that the weight problems and the fact that people will be walking and biking on the bridge, thus adding weight, is another thing. But if the catwalks are there, then the A62 would work.
Maybe I'm not explaining it very well. The A62 has limitations. In those areas where it has limitations, we need catwalks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it would work when supplemented with catwalks.
Yes.
Okay. But there's not any WashDOT requirement that we buy one, we could rent one. WashDOT doesn't care.
Well, we do care.
Okay.
Well, first, for two reasons. We wouldn't support rentals for two reasons. The reason we don't do it, we capitalize the cost of our equipment. It's extremely expensive to rent. I saw the quote earlier. That's not it's going to cost far more than that. When you think about it, takes us at least, that was a 1-day quote. I think it takes us about 4 days.
31.7 for a 2-week rental.
For a 1-day inspection. It's a 4-day inspection.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's for
so
a 2-week rental, is I guess my point. $31,700 for a 2-week rental, which surely by shopping around and finding other people who also need a unit up here, we could cut that cost down.
Well, I don't want to argue the cost is going to go up.
Sorry, my bad.
It's
Carry on.
$5,000 a day. If you look at the quote,
Yep.
it's per day. You have to add $5,000 a day. You got the per diem on there.
Yep.
And in our experience, that's the least of the concern is the cost. Although it's financially, it doesn't make sense to rent these pieces of equipment for any length of time. It's the just-in-time need for U-bits. I mean, when we have bridges that have, I mean, think about your community for a second. If this bridge goes down because the stringers run, you're going to expect WashDOT out there the next day or that day. We can't do that with rented equipment. We have to have immediate access to make repairs to our system, and that's the primary.
Mhm.
Well, it actually comes from Oregon, but
It comes from Tennessee.
I know it does, but that was my understanding.
We have some in Oregon too, yeah.
Yeah, Springfield, Oregon, which
It comes from Tennessee, though. They're a broker.
right.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Let's move on. Yeah.
So I want to, but WashDOT is able to inspect the State Route 520, the floating bridge, right? Which is much wider than this. Is that because some structure in the Warren Avenue Bridge is
They access it differently, probably from the pontoons. That's how we do Hood Canal. That's not in my region, Hood Canal is, but
Okay.
we access it from both.
Well, we've been sent photographs of U-bits inspecting under the floating bridge, so.
Yeah, and if I can pipe in there, I was actually on the 520 floating bridge for like 5 years. And
Jiminy.
where they showed the picture of the U-bit on that bridge was in the bicycle area. So it wasn't accessing from the vehicle lane. It was accessing because the weight of the bicycle area on that bridge could handle a U-bit. We don't have that case here on this bridge. Our sidewalk widening areas aren't able to handle the weight of a U-bit. We just couldn't get there with the lightweight materials that we have to put it on this bridge to meet the seismic requirements. So yes, it was able to work in that case, but the U-bit was located at a different place on the bridge than where it was located on our bridge in this case.
Okay. I guess I really only have one further question here, which is, excuse me if I messed this up, but the pedestrians add additional weight, which was not calculated into the preliminary design. Did I have that right?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit because I've been coordinating with our structural engineer on that. So, generally, when you're looking at load rating, or when the load rating was looked at specifically for this bridge, the live loads on the bridge were vehicular live loads. They didn't include pedestrian live loads, and so because we're widening out the sidewalks on this bridge, WashDOT is having conversations because they're the owner of the bridge and they're responsible for load rating it. They want to understand if they need to look at pedestrian live loads as well as vehicular live loads. So that's a conversation that is currently happening. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, but Washout's the owner of the bridge, and they have the jurisdiction to decide how they feel those loads need to happen.
Totally. But that, I guess, I'm surprised that was a surprise. That it wasn't investigated before, because I mean, it's a multimodal project. We knew people were gonna come and walk and bike on it, and that is a load. I actually have been thinking all these years, because that's how long Warren Avenue's been going, that it would be like almost kind of scary during bridge blast, for example, when everybody would be lining up in this pedestrian area. But I assumed you guys had already factored that in.
Yeah, it's from talking with our structural engineer, it's not common on bridges to include the extra pedestrian load rating. However, we're in a different case here. We're widening an old bridge. We're adding potentially additional pedestrian loads to it, and so that's what is being discussed right now with headquarters. And yeah, I would have liked to know that during the feasibility study, and that information didn't come out until sometime mid-August. So we're dealing with that too, and that's typically something we deal in the design aspect of the bridge. So it's just coming out now. I would have liked to have it earlier. But that's where we're at right now with that subject.
It's 7:30 at night. I have 5 more questions, and
We'll move on to the next person.
do
if that's all
everybody
right.
a
Yeah.
favor by not asking them.
Counselor Younger?
Can I just one second?
Okay.
Can I email my questions to the two of you? Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hold on.
Thank you. Counselor Younger?
So for the record, I wanted the 10 by 10 based on the administration's advice to do that. It's under budget. So the reason I'm bringing that up is I'm going to ask you the following question. Normally, I don't like to revisit votes. We've got budget issues coming up. The council will find out if they don't know about it now. When we talk about budget, you saw the parks presentation. There's not an extra $2 million lying around. If we change this revert back to the 10 by 10, we basically assured that this will get paid for and we don't have to worry about all these things that you just brought up tonight.
I can't answer that question right now because we haven't reverted back to looking at the 10 foot by 10 foot. We've been focused on the alternative X, making that work. And, but if you'd like us to see if we could relook at that, I'm sure that's something that we can do. The only issue is that the conversation with Aspen about the A62T has been on the 12 foot and making sure that works. And the angles of the U-bit up there are very specific and difficult with the depths of the girders on here. So I think we would have to have another conversation with Aspen about the 10 foot and understand for sure of how the inspection would work with a 10 foot section. So there's some things we still don't know, including with this alternative and with that.
I'm sorry, including the what? I just missed that word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said including the, and someone coughed. So I missed it. All right, never mind.
I was saying including with this alternative X and with the 10 foot that we still don't know the capabilities that we're still discussing.
That might not even be.
Counselor Younger has the floor.
So if we went back to the 10 by 10, then more likely than not, we wouldn't have the cost overruns that you're projecting. Even if we had cost overruns, it'd be less than what you're presenting here on the 12 by 8.
I think that if the UBIC could inspect a 10 foot without additional catwalks, we wouldn't have that cost. I don't know the answer to that. Our structural engineer, because we have 2 different widths on both sides, the design fee that's much more. And so that could probably reduce. But we'd have to look into that a little bit more and get action and see
if I may make a friendly amendment to that. Part of the reason we're going out next week with our existing UBIT is to see how far we can reach. I do not think with our existing fleet we can inspect it. In fact, I'm almost certain we can't inspect a 10 foot path or a 13 foot overhang. could, I think Shane's point, we would need to work with ASTA to see if a larger A62T can do that configuration with a 2-foot narrower path.
Right, no
I
catwalk.
think that's what you're saying.
Right. So we're basically saving by not having a catwalk, maybe saving by not having the engineering costs of doing 2 different sized paths. To me, that sounds like the cost savings you have if you go back to a 10x10.
And the reduction in construction cost.
Right. And you don't have to, would you not have to worry about the structural reinforcement if you went by 10x10, or is that still TBD?
That would still be a TBD item that we need to work through with the structural engineers.
Okay, so I'm not instructing you to go back to the 10x10. I'm just kind of trying to, I think one of the reasons why you presented this, tell us what's going on, but also for us to think as a body, do we want to go back to 10x10? How much would it cost to figure out the cost analysis of the 10x10 and the 10x12 so we can make a more informed decision? Or maybe people are shooting arrows at me right now and saying, Eric, we already went with 12x8. But I believe that we're at the point, in my opinion, that if we need to go back to 10x10, we should. We shouldn't just be sticking our head in the sand saying, no, we get 12x8. We'll come up with the $2 million. The legislature will come up with whatever. I don't know if that's responsible. So how much would it cost to let us know the 10x10 would be under budget or would be dramatically less than the 12x8?
We could look at it and sharpen the pencils on the cost for that 10x10 option. I think the wild card right now is going to be Aspen. It's going to be Aspen aerials and the inspection of that facility. And that's the wild card that we're dealing with right now here. And it will be with the 10x10 as well. So I think we have some things that we need to look at to be able to provide that information. And low grading as well. Right.
Okay, thank you.
There's one thing I wanted to mention on that point. That is when council selected the alternative X, there was we did have 2 overlooks that were included in with the estimate, but the resolution indicated that if overlooks would be built if budget is available. So that could be another thing that council could look at to say, okay, we'll see if we want to true up cost on this. That could be another savings potentially.
Thank you. Oh,
could I interject one more point? Could you go back to the graphic that shows the rail height on the outs? So if you're walking on the path on the outside, if there's visions of decorative rails or things like that, we have a maximum of 54 inches, no higher, or this won't work.
And I see your hand, President Coughlin, but Councillor Fry, you had a lot to say, so I want to go ahead and give you some space to say it.
How do you know I've got a lot to say?
Because you were saying a lot, but I'd like to go ahead and defer it to you and then to President Coughlin.
I think it's really not surprising. And practicalities come into vision all the time, right? Council really needs to be able to trust right now. And we want the best bridge we can get for Bremerton. And we've got a rising bike community. And we want a healthy family type of community. And we're also, I think you probably already know this, Bremertonians have a little bit of a chip on our shoulder. Bellevue has it, why don't we have it? Bainbridge has it, why don't we have it? But as with anything like that, there's a truth in it, even if it's a little bit of truth. And I want Bremerton to have the best we can. I don't want it to just, and we're used to accepting less than, or being thought of as less than. And a bridge is a statement, and it's a statement for the future. And we're going into a multimodal society. And we've got to give them adequate access for safety. So none of that is a question. None of it is, it's hopefully motivation. I know you're already working hard on this. I know that. Please try to make it happen. And if we need to get more money, turn me on them, Brian. I mean, really, it's so frustrating when there's so much money out there and we can't bring it in to complete something like this. So if it's not feasible because, WashDOT says it just can't be done, we're gonna have to go to 10 and 10, that's one thing. If it's budget, no, there's got to be, this is a bridge that is gonna set the future for Bremerton. And I don't wanna scrimp here. No, I don't want that.
Did you have any questions for our
No.
guests? Okay. All right, President Coughlin, you're up.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I got a couple of questions and statements, and thanks to everybody for digging into this. Let me start with the U-bits, because I think this is my biggest frustration. Throughout this entire 2+ year process, the answers that we've been getting, both council and stakeholders, have been changing. We were told initially in A62, the smaller one, couldn't do more than 8. Then we were told it could do 10. We were told at one point a 62T, the bigger one, could do all the way up to 14. And now we're being told that it can't even do 12. And council, I want to make it clear, what I just heard is that the A62, the regular one, the one that WashDOT already has, can't even do 10 feet without additional mitigation. So that alternative 2, 10 by 10 that was presented to us wasn't an accurate cost estimate if there's going to need to be additional mitigation here because it can't even do 10 feet. So that's my frustration. I go back to 2021, and the council at that time was unanimous in asking for a really wide, one-sided path to be studied, as wide as you can do. And you can talk about hindsight, but it seems like the proper course of action would have been to figure all this out 2 years ago, to have figured out and talked to Aspen Aerials what is the widest path that a 62 can inspect and a 62T can inspect. And if we had that information 2 years ago, we would have saved a lot of time, money, and frustration. It seems like this process has just been completely backwards. So I got a few questions, but my suggestion is fantastic that you're actually going to take a 62 out on the bridge, see what it can do. That's great to do that direct test. I want to see something direct from Aspen Aerials as far as the analysis of the bridge goes regarding the 62 and the 62T. To really wrap my head around this. This picture with the railing sloping down towards the pillar is really helpful. But the diagrams are kind of low resolution. I think this just needs to be crystal clear finally on exactly all of the angles and lengths on this. Because I wanna trust, right? I'm a scientist, I get new information. I'm really happy to change my mind. But we have been getting completely changing information. So I'd say council, let's hopefully get direct from the manufacturer and a direct test on the bridge, and then we can go back and look at all the pieces if we need to change it. But again, even 10 by 10 alternative 2, we're now finding out wasn't really actually feasible as presented. A question on the cost slides, kind of looking at alternative 2 versus alternative X. So I'm a little shocked that for designing equal width on both sides versus the 8 and 12 different, it's really more than double. It's 850,000 versus 315,000. Like you're more than doubling the costs with different widths. Is that Mr. Weber or anybody? Can you kind of explain why it's more than double?
So we have geotech included in there as well. There's some geotech that needs to be done for the project. This is a ballpark figure that I got from our structural engineer. And once we get to a point where we know what it is that we're looking at, that may come down. And I think I may have mentioned that. It's not set in stone, it's a budgetary figure, it may come down. And same thing with the civil design and environmental permitting. That is currently under negotiation. So it's possible that those figures come down, but at this point in time, those are the budgetary figures I have from both designers.
Okay, so it's not that 10 and 10 is 315,000 and 8 and 12 is 850. It's that the original contract was 315, and now with added analysis, we're getting 850 for alternative X. It's not apples to apples.
Correct. It's not.
Okay.
It's updating the design cost to do the alternative X is going to be about 350. But once again, We're still in the process of understanding what needs to be designed in order to sharpen our pencil as far as what that looks like. So it may come down.
Okay. I just want to make that clear to council. It's not apples to apples. It's not like alternative X costs exactly 535,000 more. Okay. And then even if I do some rough math, even with that 535 and an extra 1.18, I'm getting, if the original estimate, this is what I want to be really careful of. We cannot rely on the original estimate of 25.6 million for the 10 and 10. We can't compare it directly to here because everything else is changing. We would need this exact study done on 10 and 10 and 8 and 12. So when you're seeing that $28.2 million figure, you cannot compare it to the original 25.6 for alternative 2 for the 10 and 10. That's correct, right? Because there's other things in here changing.
That is a correct statement. And I think one of the things that we talked about was Washington's existing fit and verifying that. And also if that field test comes out where Washington's existing UBIT cannot reach a 10 by 10, then the A62T would need to be in the conversation on that alternative. And we didn't originally have that included in there. So that is something that we would have to take a look at if with that analysis. So
okay, that makes sense. Thank you. No, I'll just close. I don't have any more questions. Again, I really recommend let's figure out exactly the UBIT, all the dimensions. Let's figure out what the maximum widths actually are. Then let's take a look at that. Yeah, and then yeah, let's go from there. But thanks for the update.
Thank you, Councilor Goodnow. Do you have some questions?
Yeah, most of them have been answered, but what's the future lifespan of this bridge?
Be sure to speak.
And what year will council be looking at? Talking to you guys about building one right next to it.
This bridge,
Bainbridge.
This bridge was built in 1958, if memory serves. It's a unique bridge in that it is part steel and part concrete. The steel will likely be the weak link. And so if it's not painted, if it's not preservation, which the department has a bit of a preservation challenge right now from a funding standpoint, that is an impossible question to ask. But it's well into its middle ages.
Like some of us.
For acknowledging my wisdom.
Okay. Any other
That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, I guess I'm up next, right? All y'all have had a round. You talked about the cormorants, and you're talking about the steel being the weak link. If we move those I don't know. We can't really move the cormorants. Are they protected? Are they we have the Audubon Society, that's involved in this. So there's no chance of relocating them, right?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, no. I don't think that's going to be the case. But we do, in preliminary talks with our environmental permitting folks, they they'll likely require us to do work outside of the breeding period, and also there'd be some sort of cleaning plan or something along those lines that we'd have to.
Cleaning the cormorants?
I think there are some pictures that Mr. Rourke had of the guano.
Sorry.
Okay.
I heard use Dawn dishwashing liquid. That works best for cleaning.
That's what they use for all the oil cleaning.
All right,
I'm
all
sorry,
right.
Jennifer.
Bring it. Hold on, I've got the floor here. I'm pretending to be in charge here, remember? So you said that the 62 doesn't necessarily have enough reach for the 10. Is that on the, you talked about the piers being the harder to reach sections. That's the left and, I don't know, north and south. Which direction is it? East and west, north and south? East and west. So the east and west, but the center is the part that's easier to reach because, is that what you were saying?
When the girders get extra deep,
okay,
that's where the problem is.
Got it. And so, oh, I know. I had another question too. If we bought this UBIT, can we rent it to other people and get revenue from it too?
You can rent it to Washington.
It's ours if we buy it, right? Can we rent it out? Make money off it?
That's a good question.
Washed out? Would you like to rent our U-bit when we buy it for $1.8 million? We do? There's no answer to that, but that's an option on the table, it sounds like, just a contract deal.
Whose money?
I mean, and I wasn't in favor of this plan either, because, and really what I came to understand is a fixed versus scalable cost, right? And so that's why we're seeing this budget shift. It's a fixed versus scalable costs. They're different. You can't just double a budget when you have two different sides. That's two different design plans. That's two different charges for that. So it doubles that right there. And so I understand why that's gone up to $850 or whatever that was from $315. One of the options you said, and I just want to clarify, is we could save money by not having overlooks. And let me go back to one other thing. One thing that I was thinking about too is when you talk about the pedestrian load, I just keep going back to our George Floyd times, right? When we had a lot of protests and people on the bridge. We could have situations like that again. So we do need to make sure to mitigate for that. And so I'm glad that's being looked at now. You never know when the next, large march will happen. And I want to have our bridge ready for that. I do. And another question I had was, let me go back to the overlooks. Is there any other recommendations on how we can save money? Because it sounds like we're not going to have a very fancy bridge if we have to cut money to get this width, right? So we're not going to be able to have like fancy lighting. We're not going to be able to have the overlooks. Is there something else that we would cut to make this a cheaper plan? I don't know.
Maybe we can add it.
Yeah, I think there is, there may be some components on the bridge that we have right now. I think, the center barrier, for example, is being put in for safety, right? It's for cross traffic accidents, where we have them now. And that's why that's being put in. I think there's a potential for that, but at the same time, how's the conversation with safety go with budget, and what are you giving up? What are the trade-offs?
Right.
So I think that is something. I don't think it's much, but that would be a consideration. And that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
So don't forget it's Washtenaw Bridge, right? So that center barrier, I think Washtenaw gonna have strong feelings on
Right.
whether that remains or not.
And so let me make sure I got all my questions here. I want to give Councilor Mockler, she's just chomping at the bit there to go back again. I'll go ahead and pause right here on questions. Councilor Mockler, do you want to take another round and go about 5-6 minutes?
I want to go much less than that. And
Perfect, thank you.
Please call me on. I absolutely understand that WashDOT owns the bridge and that any decisions we make have to be what WashDOT can approve. And we have been working with that within that constraint as best we can, according to the information we were given. One piece of information we were given that hasn't been mentioned so far is that WashDOT is now having it be like a standard, that 12-foot is the standard for multimodal. But that standard, before you jump right in and correct me, that standard does not apply to bridges that are entering their delicate elder years or that are of this particular steel and concrete composition. Is that correct?
No, I think that standard applies contextually everywhere. Okay. So ideally on this structure, if money was no object and we could design whatever, I mean, we can design anything at a cost, right? I think ideally we want to meet that 10 and 12, depending on the context. Our design standard does allow for 8 in certain situations. But as when we issued our active transportation plan years ago, this is what came with that, was we increased the desirable width of shared use paths. So that is our standard. It applies everywhere unless the contextual design, we're no longer this hard and fast standards agency. This is what it is, and there's no deviating from that. We look at the context. So, if the use supports a wider path, that should be the place we start. You either go up or down from there, depending on the
Do you mean the existing use or the potential?
existing and potential. I think if there's evidence of that's a contextual need. If there's evidence that there's going to be growth.
Yeah, and I'm really happy you're taking the U-bit out there. And are you issuing invitations?
Well, we'll have to take a lane on that bridge. I would not recommend it be out there.
No, I think it would be a
okay.
bad climb
Yeah,
back. But
She wants to be in the bucket, don't you?
I do not want to be in the
we
bucket.
can arrange that, but you have to sign away.
I would sign away. I would go in. I would totally sign away.
I'll do the rope thing.
I guess when you're out there, you'll see why existing use might well be very low, which is that, for example, two strollers cannot pass each other, two wheelchairs cannot pass each other. That's
Two
why we. Ships also very bad.
Get on the bridge.
But
Pass it
Yeah.
nice.
okay,
Yeah, in my letter I wrote back in December, I think the first thing I said is we are excited for this project to get forward, and it is going to be whatever the final decision is, it is going to be a meaningful improvement for the community. So we are very supportive of this project.
great. Thank you. See,
Anybody else? Oh, you did well. Anybody else? President Coughlin, go right.
I did better. I just want to say it a second time, just make sure it clicks. And the information we got today is that even 10 and 10 may be out of budget. So again, I really like figuring out the widths. Let's go back to the drawing board on all the components to play with, get the cost of those components actually accurately calculated. And I know this is about a year ago, I think when Ms. Grover had confirmed, we'd be able to get the different components of the bridge to kind of mix and match and see what we can do to stay within budget. So let's go back to that and appreciate all our work.
Thank you. I just have one last thought, since I could have the last thought for once. I just keep going back to what our priorities are, what we said at our last study session, what we want the mayor to make sure is in our budget, which is priority for housing. We have a homelessness crisis. This is what we told him, and here we are talking. I'm basically okay. So y'all know I'm like paycheck to paycheck, and New Year's is coming up, and I'm not going to go buy Versace, right? Maybe I'll go to Nordstrom and get a nice dress, but I don't have to go get the nicest, okay? And I'm just saying, like, whatever it's going to be great. But I just want us to keep that in mind, that we were very clear about what our budget priorities were going to be when we spoke at our last study session. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
For your good work too. And that was a good segue into our next item. And I'll give some time for transition there.
all right. I'm going to go use the facilities and I shall return.
Allegedly.
What?
Allegedly.
I'm going to allege.
Next up.
Out there allegedly.
Next up, we have Public Works Director Tom Nucky and Project Manager Katie Ketterer. And we have a special guest, Mayor Wheeler.
Yeah.
And also it says Brian McConaughey, but I think he'll be in a minute. He's probably out with those gentlemen. So do you want to wait for him to return before you start? We can do that.
No, I don't know that he was.
I don't think he-
Yeah. envisioned on the-
I think he's part of the legislative that he mentioned. Okay,
Yeah,
go right ahead.
really, I'm just gonna make some opening remarks and then I'll just sit back there and let Tom and Katie take over. And first off, council, I think it's important. I'm just gonna go through real quick what we already are doing. And these are partnerships that we are supporting. And these are just recent ones. And so just a quick rundown. The Kitsap Mental Health Services in Pendleton Place, the Peninsula Community Health Services, the Respite Care Facility, Salvation Army, which is reopening on November 1st, and Kitsap County, the Pacific Building Shelter Project pending. That's in Port Orchard. The housing project, or the Kitsap Rescue Mission operating the Quality Inn, which is a shelter. It's kind of more of a transitional housing type of shelter. Affordable housing, you all know, Net Townhome Project, Mills Crossing Affordable Housing Developments by Bremerton Housing Authority, and Navigation Services. These are all contracts you've granted me allowed me to enter into with these agencies, Housing Authority, Housing Navigation, Kitsap County with the HEART team, who they're currently working with us. So I'm just a quick opening then for Katie and Tom's presentation. So as the City Council recently adopted an ordinance for unauthorized camping, you requested that I work towards selecting a site where people experiencing homelessness could go in the event that our shelter space is inadequate. Over the past several months, my administration has been reviewing the portfolio of city-owned parcels to determine their feasibility and where we could host facilities to support people experiencing homelessness. It is important for us to do this so that our citizens can have support and our public safe spaces are protected from unregulated camping. We have determined that the vacant site adjacent to the Oyster Bay Public Works and Utility Facility is the site that is most feasible to move forward. Katie is here to explain the criteria that we used to select this site and will describe the need for a contracted engineering firm to prepare the drawings for site development to ready this parcel to house our homeless. In the coming weeks, we will be evaluating 3 alternatives for homeless housing at this site. These are shelter types, either regulated encampment, pallet community, or a sprung structure, which is a congregate living type of situation. Okay, so I'll go ahead and let Katie get this seat right here.
And before you start, I neglected to introduce this item, so let me go ahead and introduce the item. It's an update on professional services agreement with Parametrics, Inc. for Oyster Bay Avenue site preparation to develop a homeless shelter.
And I'm an expert sharing my screen here. It should go smoothly. Got it. Okay, there we go. All right. So let me first give you an outline of what we'll be covering in this presentation. I'm going to outline how the site was selected for development as a shelter, review the fast track process to develop the site, preview shelter options the city is evaluating, and talk about some next steps. So the presentation is really focusing on the site selection and site preparation. That's kind of like the bite of this really big issue that you all are as council and mayor dealing with, that Public Works is acting on right now. So, and so I want to acknowledge the other work the mayor noted is going on outside of this effort, and that's determining the shelter type, the facilities, the amenities are needed, establish the budget and timeline for the shelter development, pursuing grants for construction operations, and coordinating with others to operate this shelter. The site evaluation criteria. We looked at all of the available parcels, the city, using these criteria. First one was ownership. We want to own it. The city wants to own it so that we have control over it. The size needs to have a usable acre of an acre at a minimum. The existing use, is it being currently used? Is it a park? Where is it located? What's happening around it? The zoning must allow this particular use. Are there any critical areas on the site? Wetlands, seismic areas, anything like that? Readiness, what improvements are needed to prepare the site? Access, is the site accessible from an existing right-of-way? Transit, transportation, and resource accessibility, and timing. How quickly can we get the site ready? So we have one site that best fit those criteria. That site is the property north of the Public Works and Utilities facility. We purchased this property
in 2019 for the eventual expansion of the Public Works and Utilities facility. It is large enough, well over 3 acres. The zoning is appropriate. It is on a Kitsap Transit route on Oyster Bay. There are other transit routes on Kitsap Way. It's near resources, healthcare, food, other housing resources. Grading and site preparation is needed for this site for shelter development and access. The grading is forward compatible with the future use of the Public Works and Utilities site. And the site is not needed by our facility for expansion in the immediate future. So the mayor has executed a contract under his budget authority for with Parametrics for 30% design and permitting for the site grading and utility. Parametrics actually worked on a plan for this site for our expansion. So they're very capable and ready to get going on this project as quickly as possible. This is a fast-tracked process so that we can construct as soon as possible. Right now, the 30% design will accommodate any of the shelter alternatives that we look at. The contract includes the site development coordination, the 30% design and cost estimates, and permits for the site rating. I've also included here a sketch. This is work that Parametrics did for us. There are a few things pointed out here for you to orient you a little bit. You can see, let me give a pointer here.
Can I clarify one quick point? So the background in that figure, that was preliminary work that Parametrics did a year ago, right? And we're just using that to help communicate the work that Parametrics is starting now for the 30% design. So go ahead.
Yes, contact.
Yeah.
This is the existing Public Works facility, the equipment services building over here. My cursor's not keeping up with me here. So I'm just going to use my words.
Yeah.
We have Oyster Bay Avenue North that's at the bottom of this figure. You can see a directional for where Kitsap Way is. The red shaded in area is just to help you visualize. We need to figure out how to get a driveway to it. We have to be able to access this site. So that is different work than what Parametrics did originally. There is some significant grading work that needs to happen on this property in order to create that usable space that we have. So the elevations on this site go anywhere from 110 feet up to over like 190 feet. So there's a lot of grade change on this site. Anything else you want to add?
No, just a lot of cutting and filling in this. And the one thing that I wanted to say is that you don't do that kind of earthwork in the weather that we're going into right now, right? This you can't do. And the timing of this, Katie's going to talk about, but this cut and fill, this is spring work. It has to be spring work. Go ahead.
All right, so the next steps for the Parametrics contract is that we can do this, we can get started really quickly on the 30% design under the mayor's budget authority.
But we will need to modify this contract, and that will require council approval to add final design. And we believe that that contract modification would need to happen sometime at the end of this year or in early January in order to keep on the timeline that we're working towards. And the budget will also require a budget adjustment. We may need to add additional tasks to the parametrics contract to coordinate with subconsultants with expertise in shelter design. We may need to add design tasks for additional utilities, building pad design, security and lighting, permitting for the building and the site use, public outreach. So those are all things that now we can kind of start working on those things while that 30% design is also underway. This is just a brief preview of the shelter options that we are looking at. We have the outdoor encampment type of shelter, which could be, people's own tents on a semi-regulated site, or provided tents. We can have we're looking at a house community, kind of like temporary tiny homes. A sprung structure, which is a temporary shelter building. That's that congregate living model where you have the larger space and small. The shelter and those related facilities would be contracted separately. And just a note about the outdoor encampment is that currently it is limited to 183 days under the PMC that's noted there for temporary encampment projects. These are some preliminary costs, but they are our rough order of magnitude costs. They are not budgetary. We do know that that 30% design contract is $85,000, and we have a decent, based on Parametrics' previous work on this site, we have a decent understanding of what the construction costs for the site grading, access, and utilities will be. Shelter is a much wider range, anywhere from 215 to 2.75 million. So the total cost for the design, the construction, and to open the shelter is somewhere between 1.6 and $4 million. When we come to do another presentation for you, we will put this on a little more context to compare costs to other cities. We just didn't have enough time right now to kind of make apples to apples comparisons, or even understand like how our apples are different from other people's apples. So I didn't bring that, but when we continue to talk about shelter types, we'll bring that context as well for you. So timeline and next step. The site grading development, we can complete that 30% site design. That work is going to be ongoing from now until about December. And to modify the parametrics contract for 100% site design, we'll try in January. One of the reasons why we showed you those shelter types that we're looking at is that there are differences between the shelter types and their needs for the site itself. And so in order to move parametrics from 30 to 100, we do need to know what kind of shelter we're shooting for. So we will be doing that analysis and bringing presentations forward with a recommendation on shelter type along the same timeline.
So, in the December timeframe. That would keep us on schedule to complete the design and permitting between the January-March timeframe, with bid award and construction for the site grading in the spring, as Tom noted, is the right time for that type of work once it starts to dry out. And then to complete the site grading and prep, sometime in late spring to summer. Under shelter development, I noted that critical path that selecting the shelter type is on for the overall timeline. There's other things that will need to be done as well, defining the budget, securing revenue, establishing partners, and then of course the actual building of the shelter and the amenities so that we can open it. And that timeline varies as well, depending on which option is selected. So,
just like one thing you didn't, I know, just wanted to interject. So for all the options, sanitary facilities are understood. So even the regulated encampments can have showers, can have restrooms, right? So I just wanted to point that out. And that decision of shelter type, that's a big decision. And I mean, it's a decision on cost, but also on how the facility would function, right? Mm-hmm. And so we're gonna work hard to put together presentations so council can make an informed policy decision on the path forward on this. That's a big lift for us. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Eric.
Okay, so first of all, this is good news. Thank you. Appreciate this. A little disappointed that we couldn't find a flat space and we could erect something up now. That's what you're saying. There is not anything available in the city or in the county that we could basically give the houseless community a much better situation they have now to get through the winter. That's what the city's position is, that we couldn't find anything where you could.
You'd have to go back to that criteria, but the criteria, the one, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, I was just going to say November 1st, we have a shelter. We have a low barrier walk-up shelter with the Salvation Army. So we've got 3 more weeks under these current conditions to try to help people find other alternatives besides where they're living. And then we have it, that agreement's in place.
Okay, so but basically using those criteria, you couldn't find a piece of property that we could do this immediately. So now we're saying spring. Okay. Yeah. So again, I'm glad we're moving forward. I want to say thank you for that. So it's much appreciated. I am not a subject matter expert, and I'm hoping that we don't get into a discussion of which type of shelter space that is available tonight. When I was listening to the presentation, I do want to put something in the back of your mind. You probably had thought of this, but you didn't say it explicitly. The other option is a combination. Okay, so it's not either one of these things. It's discussed with potential community partners, with the subject matter experts. I agree, it may be better for you to have those meetings separately with the folks than in a public setting. It doesn't matter to me. I'd like to be informed some way, somehow of the process. But to me, again, not being a subject matter expert, the main thing is there needs to be enough space. So maybe a combination of all 3 to best fit individuals' needs, right? Some people may not want to be in that big tent. Some people, when it's real cold, are going to appreciate that. You know what I'm talking about, big shelter. They're like, well, it's cold out and that one's warm. I can stay there while it's real cold and then I'll go back to my tent. Some people, maybe the pallet thing is the best thing, but is there enough pallets, or are we still going to have overflow, if you will? Because to me, this was designed as the last resort. If you can't get into a better situation where you have a real roof over your head, this is a place that's much better than being on the street. So I appreciate that, and I just ask that you keep your mind open of maybe a combination of all three is our best alternative, and it's designed so you can have three. The main thing is you need to be able to have obviously enough density so this overflow suits its purpose, and we don't have people going there and we still have overflow, and we can't enforce the rest of our ordinance. I mean, that's like, and then the other thing is, what is the county doing? Because, you know, we may not have enough capacity if the county and the other cities are, I hate to say doing their fair share, but that's what I'm saying, to address the needs of our community in Kitsap County. Are they going to step forward, or, you know, is this something we need to say, what are you going to do, Kitsap County? Here's our plans. And that's a question. So, Mayor, maybe you're best to answer that one.
Yeah, we're already actively working with the county. And so goals to get you have a budget presentation next Wednesday, and you'll get to see the line item that's separate from everything else for shelter development. And using the county, we're going to have to, nonprofit leaders know this, every year we're going to be going to the state, we're going to be going to every single granting agency there is. This will be a new job. And right now the county has the infrastructure to do that. And so, you know, I'm it right now for the city as of today. And of course with staff here doing this technical part of development. So we're in it all the way. We'll share more with you. We can even have a standing update every study session from here on out. And we can give you information as it comes in. Yeah, we can't do it alone. This is going to be millions of dollars and every year, even, when we're talking about all the services that are going to be required just to run a shelter.
So I guess my point just for tonight, and Council President Coughlin's listening, that once we solidify our plans, we need to broadcast it. I'm sure the paper will cover it, what we're doing, but then we need to contact our counterparts in Kitsap County Commissioners and saying, what are you doing? And be forceful with that. What are you doing?
The Pacific building in Mile Hills is happening now. So hopefully we can, that's actually happening right now.
Yeah.
So that'll be the only low barrier walk-up shelter until we get ours reestablished here, depending on, again, we'll get you some information on shelter types. We'll get the experts in here who operate shelters that tell you what's good and bad, pros and cons for each one. It may be a combination. But, you know, all of our partners are actively, again, county's got the shelter going. Everybody else is doing a lot. So.
And then the one other thing I thought, you guys probably already thought of this as well, is the city obligated to provide security? Because that's an unexpected or unanticipated cost. And I don't know if the city owns this property, if we have to provide any type of security. Because if you think about it and do the math, throw your envelopes out, $50 an hour. I don't know what our contract cost is for our patrol services. But if you need someone on staff, $50 an hour times 24 is $1,200. Multiply that by 365 days. Now you have a $500,000 expenditure.
Security's got to be part of it. I mean, without sitting down with the shelter operators, and that's who we'll work with. We fund security right now. We are a small funding partner with Salvation Army coming up when they open up, but we're a funding partner, and they have security. It's 24-hour, 7-day a week security. So I mean, that's going to be factored in as well as waste removal, sanitation, water.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Anna. Thanks. Were you first?
No. I was not.
Okay.
I was getting in the queue.
Okay. So one of the things, I'm sorry I came in late to this, but I actually sat through this whole presentation earlier this week. Okay. And wonderful consistency. So one of the pieces of information that we found out during that meeting is that the 1 acre parcel size, the reason something has to be 1 acre has, this is everything I know. The BMC that has the 183-day cap requires 1 acre. And as far as the pallet community, the mayor responded that when he visited the pallet community in Everett, they had a 1 acre site with 40 pallet cabins. But there is apparently no BMC requirement for 1 acre. But this is the information I got so far as to why 1 acre was chosen. So far, so good. I'll stay in with the facts. Okay. I think I'm glad we are moving forward with this. I don't fully understand why, and it's been explained to me 3 times, why we have to do really expensive grading on this site. I really don't understand why this is the single site, but for example, during the previous meeting, Attorney Finnell was talking about how parking lots are really ideal for many of these encampments because, you know, the drainage is already all set up, right? It's already right there. And I was just wondering why we could not use some less than 1 acre sites like city-owned parking facilities at 601 Fifth, 1028 Burwell, the southwest corner of Fifth and Park Avenue. None of those is 1 acre, but they are flat, graded, and paved. The loss of revenue while we were waiting for this other site to get ready would really be compensated for by the fact that we have to offer immediate relief, not just to the people in the encampment, but to the neighbors of the encampment. This has just, like, if I myself would be pulling, I would be doing extreme things. If I were anywhere around here and people were saying, well, you know, we have a solution for you come next July or October, because construction is full of delays. I think I'm happy to discuss this further, but I think that we really need to figure out a way to provide immediate relief, like, you know, before Halloween.
Yeah, in 3 weeks, we have the Salvation Army, and I will be working, again, we will have, this is gonna be an annual thing where I update you on how we're doing with grants to keep a shelter going year after year. And so, even today, where I'm looking at 2 contingency plans, again, I'll share when we have them signed off about how we can keep folks potentially sheltered if construction goes past April 30th when the Salvation Army closes. We don't want to, and I'm going to encourage us to have urgency that we don't push that. In other words, I want to be ahead as fast as we can. If we are able to get contingency plans, make them short, because that all costs money. Contingency plans will cost money along with the development we're already undertaking. So the goal is just to not, you know, to move forward. And let's keep folks sheltered. So I'll reveal when I can.
Can I
just like today, we're ready to reveal.
Yes.
Just
I'm almost done.
No, let me let
just
Director.
a follow up on one of the comments that you made, and I just wanted to kind of reinforce that the grading of the site, this is not a throwaway. This is something we intended to do. I mean, absolutely, this is for that site to be usable for the expansion of the facility, which we need. This works, right?
Yeah.
So,
okay, so I'm gonna be as rapid as I possibly can, and thank you all for your patience.
Did you say rabbit or rapid?
The latter. One of the things that I found very unusual about this was that when council raised, you know, it used to be that anything over 25,000, you had to bring it to council. And then council raised it to 100,000. And of course, there's language in there about how, you know, like you can't bring something for $99,999 and then bring the next part of it for $99,999. So this seems to my did not go to law school brain to violate the spirit of that Bremerton Municipal Code. And I was wondering if you could speak to that, Mayor.
Yeah, we're here today to ensure we remain in the spirit of the code. Since this was an authorized expenditure. And so the idea with it in the spirit behind the code was there certain expenditures that you're entrusting administration to enter into that can move quicker and under certain conditions. I can think of no other time in our history that we need to move faster than this. So, and I appreciated this being able to have this, to be able to enter into these contracts, get moving right away, and then get you up to speed as fast as I could, which we've been doing. We've been putting a lot of work into this.
If I could add as well, I'm going to go back to this potential cost slide. And, so to get to 30%, we can get to 30% without knowing what kind of shelter we're going to do. In order to get to 100%, we need to know what kind of shelter we're going to do. I don't understand the cost of how to get from 30 to 100 until I know what kind of shelter I am. That's why I've got $50,000 to $200,000. So I couldn't put together a scope of work for 100% design contracts today. It just wouldn't reflect the work that we were going to expect to do. So, I think it's very legitimate that we're getting them to 30%. Otherwise, we would have to wait until we selected the shelter type in December, January, then negotiate a full scope of work, and then start the design. And so now we're pushing into the permitting. And so now we're pushing into, July to get the design complete. And then you're starting to back up into the wet season again, by the time you get a bid and a contractor and all of that stuff.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to be continually rapid.
Thank you.
Yeah. Again, Julie Evalt Cooper, you've all received my emails about the mass quantities of money that's available from Washington Department of Commerce grants, still COVID money left, 1% loans. My final thing is that, again, on the immediate relief, is that many people who are living on MLK Way, many people who are living on 8th and Broadway, many people who are living in encampments within the city limits of Bremerton are not going to be allowed into shelters. So the opening of the shelter, in the absence of any chemical detox facility on Kitsap Peninsula, in the absence of more than 16 always full beds at Kitsap Mental Health, if we are not providing some immediate dignity, and then I think we are not, I think we're failing in our duty as humans. So I hope that this is something council can consider at some really soon future point when it's not 8:30 at night with multiple agenda items.
Oh, yes, we do have multiple left still too, don't we? Who's next for questions? Oh yeah, go ahead, Michael.
So I definitely, we know that the Salvation Army is not going to have enough capacity. This is really for more to the mayor in this specific. How many folks can Salvation Army take in?
75's what they're, every once in a while we get something so extreme in a weather event that but 75's what
that's a good fit.
Yeah.
But if there's folks that don't fit, can we, I actually like Anna's idea of just a smallish parking lot or something like that. And then another thought I had too, I'm just going, was the old rescue mission, which I think Peninsula Community Health owns, who seems that would be a good health partner.
Yeah.
Like maybe they would consider somebody operating that within whatever condition it's in for
I don't, I know that it wasn't perfect, but maybe on a smaller scale. So
Let us bring forward
Yeah,
something.
I just
I'm
want-
working with the police department on something that's an idea that we're seeing other jurisdictions use. And it's, let us bring that forward. Remember, we're talking about somebody who's violated all the rules of a low barrier shelter. So it doesn't mean that there might not be an opportunity in another setting or somewhere. So just let us bring it forward and you'll see what we're thinking.
All right. That's all I have, I think.
Okay.
I have a million questions, but.
President Coughlin. I mean,
Thanks.
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff's good. Hear me. Michael answered my questions. Just a quick comment, which is tremendous thanks to Mayor Director Nucky and Ms. Ketter. Thanks for the heads up. I think I'm going to echo Eric's comments. I don't want to micromanage this. Whatever's the best way to create the needed types of shelter for people that need it, whether it's in the city like this, partnerships, county, go for it, and whatever makes sense. But I think by the time we're asked for funding, I personally would like to know what the overall, game plan is and what are the options being considered just to do due diligence. I think, as Eric said, some assurance that the experts in the community and houselessness are on board with this, and county and nonprofit leaders. And I'll let go of that. The BMC 20.4690. If it's helpful to modify that, I would be on board taking a look at modifying that if that helps out. So thanks again, and I think we're just here to support you.
Thank you, Jeff. Denise, do you have any questions?
No, thank you. I know it's been a lot of work. I also know that they've been working with the community-based organizations and they're also very good at getting funding. So we can make it happen.
Okay.
Yeah, nonprofits are really good at getting funding.
Well, they're good at getting funding, but it's really hard work. I mean, I think Dawn Michelle's still waiting for her $20 from the mayor. Oh wait, no, hey, public, no public comment. All right. Okay, so back on track here. So I have some questions. How many people can what is the code for how many people can reside on 1 acre? Is there a number to that?
Actually,
So if you're just talking, what I can answer of that question.
I mean, you can put a multiplex on if it's like 7, but is there like an actual limit?
Per the BMC for the temporary encampment, it's 150 square feet per person.
Okay.
And now that doesn't necessarily, that is for that one BMC, for that one type of
temporary.
Yeah. So, certainly when you're talking about a building where you have, bunks and things like that, you can put a lot more people in there because they don't need 150 square feet. But that was, what did we decide that was?
Yeah, it was like 300 or something like that. But what we're focused on right now is the grading. All right. And then when we bring forward the different alternatives for shelter types, they're going to have their different metrics, right? And I think it's probably going to be very different. And so and we're still trying to get our arms wrapped around that and understand that. So I don't think that we're really prepared to answer too many questions beyond what our thoughts are right now.
I'm going to try to ask some questions that maybe you can't answer anyway. Okay. I am. Is it possible, Mayor, that you can have an ILA with the county? I know that Eric wants us to just rid of one, put them to taken to task, but can we have an ILA with the county to manage these services?
Well, when the time comes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
And to also, provide some funding and some partnership.
Yep.
And I sent that article to y'all from the Seattle Times that talked about 3 lessons learned. It talked about nobody had, King County, not one entity has the authority, and how much more impactful it would be if one entity did have the authority.
Yeah.
And I don't think
Yes.
we can handle that. I think that, it'd be nice if we could share that responsibility and eventually turn it over. Right. So I wanted to kind of speak to, it's just not as easy as y'all think to put up a temporary shelter in spaces. Because we do have laws for zoning and there are RCWs that guide how, what kind of services need to be provided for people who are who are unhoused, people who are vulnerable. And also something I'd be worried about is, I mean, and it's very political. I'd be worried about the safety of our unsheltered folks just to put them in some random parking lot. We don't want to know. We don't know what the other neighbors would, if there's no security provided. So those are some of my concerns, but I do think that there are some solutions out there to getting something immediately. I mean, I think that something you and I talked about before, or that I've mentioned before, is a safe lot. I mean, that's a high need, is a safe lot. That would be something that would be easier to establish. And I mean, you're talking about working with the police department and talking about folks that are not able to go into the shelter because they've broken all the rules, but there's folks that can't go in because they have physical issues too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
There's medical issues.
so is the idea of a safe lot something that you'd be willing to bring forward along with whatever you're working with the police department?
Safe lot will still require sanitation, waste removal, security, probably some type of fencing, screening. The whole operation is just slightly less than what, a regulated encampment. So as of right now, we're still hammering out the funding portion.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I just was really impressed by Pierce County's model. And it's a little less complicated than it's sounding from this end, but so just a couple more things. So you're saying that you want to keep it in the spirit of staying in the code. Is the zoning and the code, are those prohibitive to continuing the work to get things put up immediately?
No.
It's the money?
Well, right now, are you saying if we were to have an emergency proclamation?
I think some folks have asked about it.
Yeah. At this point, again, Counselor, in 3 weeks, we'll have a shelter in place. And then I'll be presenting other things. So even if we were to get an emergency order together, I still need funding to for a whole bunch of services. And we'd have to address that. And we're still putting together the agreements for that right now.
Thank you. So 1.6 million to 4 million. Boy, it sure would be nice to have those extra few million from a bridge redesign. All right, that's all I have. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to go for another round?
Different money,
back
different
envelope
money,
thing, not
different
another-
money.
I'm sorry, I'm calling on Eric. He's got the floor.
Just back envelope thing, you know how much I love doing those 800 people at full density approximately with 3 acres, but that's unrealistic, but that's 800 people,
3 acres.
3 acres.
Okay.
Equals 800. You could house 150 square.
Did you do that in your head?
Yeah, but that's a back of them.
He's like that.
43,000 square feet.
Do you still have?
I'm done. I'm sorry.
Okay. So Denise, did you want to say something? Because you were saying
Yes,
this before.
when we're making comments about saving money here so it can go there, we always have to be mindful. No, it can't. It's different. It's meant for different things. So it feels a little dismissive of somebody's priority. I'm not saying that the bridge is more important than homeless people or that this project, but transportation money is different than commerce money. Period.
Thank you, Anna.
I just wanted to make sure that since you were now here, it's my recollection that at the last study session, a majority of this council did not want to do a formal resolution, but wanted to state on the record that we are prepared to allocate 1% of the general fund towards this, so as to towards installing and maintaining shelter for the houseless. Is that an accurate recollection? Anybody hear something different?
I remember that we had the conversation. I don't know if we all had a consensus on 1%, but we did make it clear that we wanted that to be a priority.
I'm sorry.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Next, what, in 2 weeks?
1 week.
Is it 1 week?
1 week
Right.
budget, and then maybe revisit that.
We wanted to remove uncertainty. My motive was to remove uncertainty from your life.
Thank you.
I just want to see the budget and go from there personally.
So, yeah, that was it. Just another attempt to get that on the record because it didn't even make it into minutes.
I don't think that we had a consensus necessarily, but I think that it was that we made that the conversation and President Jeff was agreeing that we wanted it to be a priority, but we weren't sure if 1% was going to be, and that's just a consensus, not my personal opinion. So,
yeah, can we vote on it now?
No, we can't take action.
No action.
All right. Can we nod our heads?
I would
carry
rather
on.
not at this point. I want to see the budget. Who wants to see the budget before they make some kind? Yeah, and
I don't.
And I do.
I just want to make the commitment, but okay.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
Anybody else like to ask any questions? Yeah. Attorney Funnel.
Thanks. This is not legal advice. This is just information that I came across that I thought was interesting, and it kind of answers some of the questions I sort of hear people asking. The city of Tacoma has a lot of information on their efforts on their website, and including the cost. So I will send out a link to the portion of their website that I found helpful. And I'm just giving you a heads up. If you click on the link of their micro shelter sites, it will sometimes give you a breakdown about the units of housing that are provided there for how many people, as well as the amenities, as well as the startup cost and the yearly operation cost. I just think it's helpful to click through and kind of see. Some of the information is a couple of years old that you can see when they added things in their community and sort of track the cost. It's just interesting to sort of look through and get an idea of what those costs are. So I'll send that link out so you can take a look at it.
Thank you.
Vice President Chamberlain?
Yes.
Not on this issue.
Are we going to stay germane to this topic?
We are going to stay germane to the agenda, which is, since it is 8:45, can we skip forward possibly to item B2?
We're still on this item.
Okay.
So let's finish this item.
Sorry.
Does anybody else have any other questions? Okay. I just have a quick question. Did I misspeak, Director Riley, that if there was any cost savings on the bridge that it can't be moved over into this type of funding? You got it ready for me, didn't you?
It depends. So it's not clear cut. So
Exactly,
housing
yeah.
both are moving in with, I think, an accurate response. Both. Transportation money is transportation money. In case of an overrun, we have to identify where the funding comes from. Our typical transportation match goes to the exit.
Right.
So the exit tax does have a lot of use for overrun.
Exactly.
So there is an access there where it could be completed. So.
And this is what, we've been talking about, and there is some legislature that allows us to have a little more leeway with the REAP funding for these type of projects. So it's just something I want to keep on our radar. I know we need it a lot for our public works projects for matching, but this is a source as well. So as we move into budget season, let's keep mindful of that. I'd like to.
I'm sorry.
Oh, do you want to say one more thing to close
I
this
just
out?
want to know how much money would that be, Mike?
Up to $1 million.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close us out of this item. Thank you very much for your good work, and we look forward to your regular updates.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, Jeff, how quick do you think that number 8 is going to be?
I think pretty quick. Let's go through it. In theory, I made all the edits that we had consensus on. If there's a big kerfluffle on any of them, then we can punt it one more meeting. But if there's no kerfluffle, then it's easy to throw in.
Can I just do a quick round robin here and ask the counselors if they want to? Does anybody see any problems with continuing with this? Want to bump it again? Anybody?
Punt.
Anybody want to punt? Anybody else? Okay, we're just going to keep it. Let's move forward. Yep.
Okay. It's laid up to you. Let's.
I'm going to.
So number 8, Council President, we'll take a break after this, Sana.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Council President will present item 8, resolution to repeal resolution number 3349 and adopt updated council rules and procedures. Go right ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, VP. Agenda bill straightforward, just like before. Repeal the old one, do the new one.
What is sharing right now?
Can you
Okay.
see? Yeah, you see in the packet.
I see Kimmy Stevens.
Are you not seeing the packet?
No, I see an email.
Oh, let's try that again. Window. October 11th. What about now?
Oh, it's public record anyway.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yes, we got
Okay,
it.
perfect. There we go. No changes on first page except for the resolution number. No changes there. The only first change is on council committees. As Attorney Fennell mentioned, removing the confusion language of this committee of the whole as an appointed committee. So that's struck out. And why don't I just go through all the changes, and if folks have any questions, write it down. This is the biggest one, is the agenda control. So the reading the first one to administration initiated legislation. It's basically exactly the same process we have currently. The mayor may initiate bringing anything to us in accordance with the agenda bill policy. The agenda bill policy, this next is all struck out because the agenda bill policy specifies that council staff will, of course, forward everything to the packet in council. Just a word update for council president: may reject any item not complying with the policy or allow items to be added with exceptions granted on a case-by-case basis as is current practice. And then this clarifying language of just actions council can take at a study session of decline it, request more information, place it on, and the language we agreed on, place the item on a regular business meeting agenda, and added with or without requested changes. The council initiated legislation is the biggest one. So council's direction, I took the Everett language and modified it based on the minimum number of council members that we agreed on. So to promote the orderly development and consideration of proposed legislation, efficient use of staff and council time, council will initiate legislation as follows. At the joint request of 2 or more council members, they may seek confidential legal advice from the city attorney for them to draft an outline of their proposed legislation for consideration at a council study session. Upon submission to the legislative office manager, the council president shall place the item on the next scheduled study session agenda that is at least 5 business days from the time of submission. Following council discussion at study session, the city attorney will prepare a draft ordinance or resolution if a request is made by 3 or more council members and the item does not violate state law or the city charter. Once the legislation has been prepared, the council president will place it, I could change it to shall, will place it on the next scheduled council study session agenda that is at least 5 business days from the time of preparation. And then the same exact language, then it becomes just a regular agenda item like everything else that's brought to us, and we may, say nay or bring it to general business for a vote. Under business meeting, languages before and the changes of public recognition may continue after general business with no specified time or max or anything, and then just council member reports, 5 minutes per council member.
Thank you, Jeff.
I think that's it. Or to and then the language about the amending motion can be, we can take public comment when there's amending motion, and that should be it. Yes.
Okay. Was that Michael? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just I understand the idea in the council initiated legislation of the shall 5 days, but that could just force something that could be a big discussion on a very heavy agenda. And I just think that, I don't know if you want to lock yourself in, or anybody who's a future president, to have to only have a 5-day notice to dump something on an agenda that again could be very full. So I don't know if there's a.
Yeah, the 2 rationales, that's a good point, is one, so staff have enough time to add it to a packet similar to the administration initiated legislation. And then I wanted to be careful and make sure the council president couldn't continually punt an item that they didn't like when 2 or 3 council members wanted to bring it up.
What if it was like within 30 days or something like that?
That's fine with me, depending on what council wants.
I don't know what everybody else thinks about that.
Hang on 1 second. I like the idea. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go, no, I'm not gonna,
All right. I like the idea of, I think it's really a generous thing for a council president to say, I want to make sure some future council president doesn't punt it down the road.
Haven't gone mad with power yet.
Well, and making sure that future presidents don't go mad with power.
Yeah.
I would remove confidential legal advice, just the word confidential. Like my confidentiality with any one of you is a little tricky. So
Okay.
I don't want that to be,
Yeah, happy to strike that.
Okay, I'll remove confidential.
well, I wish I would have known that sooner. Kylie.
right? Telling you all your deep dark
Yeah, but no, some Everett. I'm fine with 30 days. Is sorry, up to you to lead if see if people like that.
What about 10 days? Would you be okay with that, Michael?
Good gracious.
Well, 10 days doesn't, like, if 5 days is the next study session, 10 days is not another study session. So it would have to be at least 19 days
Well,
to get the initial 5 day,
well, it
to
doesn't
give it
say-
an option of 2.
And it's not saying how long it's gonna take me to prepare it. which
Right,
is
no,
like-
no, I agree with that.
Because I
Right.
don't want it to take 5 days.
Yeah.
That would be, depending on what it is. that
Oh,
would be-
yeah. So if we have some crazed attorney who wants to stall it.
I guess, I mean,
Okay, so I'm gonna throw out a suggestion of a word and it gives everyone enough leeway. But also it's something that a future council could call the council president on and saying, yes. So just be the next scheduled feasible, the next feasible schedule studies, the next feasible study session. So feasible, not scheduled, the next feasible study session. That allows the president, look, like tonight, you don't want to stick another thing on here just because it meets the 5 days. But
Yeah.
but someone could say, hey, wait. Why isn't this one? There's nothing on the schedule. That's feasible. So it gives you I mean, come on. We can't have everything written in stone, shall, blah, blah, blah. You need to have a little, but feasible would be fine.
It could even be that the legislative office manager schedules it on the next feasible.
Yeah, so that's feasible.
Feasible.
Gotta have some trust.
Feasible by council president. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, feasible. Okay, I will add that feasible, remove confidential. 5 business days to feasible. Perfect. Any other changes?
Well, and just that comment, it happens twice, right?
Yeah, so it'll be next scheduled study session that is feasible from the time of submission. And once the legislation has been prepared, we'll place it on the next feasible council study session agenda. Oh, yeah, okay.
It doesn't.
Yes, it could.
It's okay. So discussion at a study session, then a study session before a vote.
Yeah.
I do bring up a point of, I didn't think about this. What if 3 council members go to the city attorney, they're a sub quorum, they get together, they have a draft? Would it require 2 study sessions or would it be able to skip to 1?
We can always do things faster. That's
Fair
not the
enough.
issue. We're trying to make sure that things don't go out too far, but people's hands aren't tied to stay past 10, because that's my cutoff.
We are getting close on that.
All right.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I think you've got that. And then, we're supposed to consent agenda or general business. Counselors, what do you want to do?
I think,
This one?
no, we never talk about this. It's like Fight Club.
We talked about
So
it.
if
That's fine.
I would say consent, and then if just Jeff can send out the final.
Yep.
Yes.
Agree.
If
Good
I
work.
go crazy and don't type the right thing, we can pull it. All right, perfect.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Are we wrapped up with that item there, Jeff?
Yes, all good. Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, so before we go for just a brief break, I'm gonna make a suggestion, that we cut two items, that we punt two items, B1 and B3. And I want to know how y'all feel about that, if that's okay if we.
Let's be free.
Yes.
B1 is discussion on charter, section 18 relating to city auditor. Kylie already said, it's okay. And then, Anna, can we move the livability discussion to a time when we are?
Can I express it in 15 seconds?
I'm asking if you mind if we punt it? Yes or no? Counselors, how do you feel about punting?
I
this
read her
item to another
email.
meeting?
I don't need it.
That's all
Okay.
that's my whole thing. Read my email.
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
I can do that.
All done.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so let's take a
Short.
6-minute break. 6 minutes. So that's gonna bring us back at 9:02.
I'm setting the alarm here.
Okay, see you in a few minutes.
My truck turns into a pumpkin at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna,
Folks, we're getting started.
we're getting started here, friends. Yeah, we're gonna get crack-a-lackin' here. And move right on to item B2, crack-a-lackin'. Item B2, discussion on funding options in response to homelessness. This topic includes requests from organizations that are providing ongoing assistance to the homeless, and will also help us during discussions at the upcoming budget workshops. This is information only. And this is, I'm not quite sure how to lead this one. We have a couple requests. So what we do have, and it's in your packet, is we have a letter from Marmon Cameron and an invoice, a couple of invoices, and those are for the restrooms. And then the other one is a request from Kelsey Stedman. So we'll just chunk them out into two different conversations. And the first one in our packet is Marwan Cameron's letter and coinciding invoices. So, yes.
I'll get us started.
Yeah.
So I absolutely love the idea of reimbursing these folks and as fast as possible at this point.
Yeah.
And I wish Melinda Monroe and the city attorney were here, because I just want to
We do need the city, we do need the city attorney. I know she's gonna have something to say on it. I'm also in favor of it. I know I'm supposed to defer to y'all. You know where I stand. Let's go ahead right to everybody else.
I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is important to hear what the city attorney is gonna want to weigh in on it.
And to ask that these invoices be sent to us monthly.
Sure. One thing I do need to talk about publicly.
Mike?
Okay.
I'm gonna ask.
Oh.
You have
at
Mike
least-
sighting?
There he is.
Come on.
Hi,
Come on.
We're looking for some help with
I was trying to disrupt technology.
No. So and you and I chatted about this. We chatted about if there's any limitations to us as council spending our money to reimburse folks who are paying for the bathrooms. And my understanding is from a financial perspective, we're not limited in that way.
It's not how to procure and how to go through the process of entering those agreements now.
Okay.
Now the service agreement that we had talked about. It's not like procurement steps.
No open bid or,
No.
okay.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to make sure that we do acknowledge publicly is that, I know we're not supposed to talk about election stuff, but this is a candidate. And it's possible that they will be, elected and serving with us next year. I also want the city attorney to weigh in on conflict of interest. My understanding is there are other organizations besides G2 that could oversee this. And Jim Adrian even stepped up and said, you could write me a contract. Another thing that the city attorney isn't here. Maybe she's not here on purpose, y'all. But something that's really important to make note of is that they do have insurance in place, and there is a potential for a hold harmless if we need wording for that. Is there any other discussion y'all want to have on this one?
Sure. So my discussion is, I read the letter a couple days ago, but
Here she is.
Okay.
Yay.
Sorry. No, you're good. We're talking about
we're being presented with two invoices, looks like from Mr. Cameron. So the first question is, can we just pay these two invoices? Whether we want to contract with him in the future, I don't know, but right now he's presented us with two invoices, and it was the intent of the council to pay for it. So I'm good for paying for it as long as the state law allows us to do so. So that's the question for Kylie is, Mr. Cameron has presented us two invoices, to me, de minimis amounts in view of our budget, $600 and $250. We set aside $10,000. Can we pay him $850? Can we instruct the finance department to cut him a check for $850 to reimburse him for the cost? Or do we have to do some other procedure that we had to follow, like small works roster, all that stuff?
879
whatever.
Yeah. 20. Can we do that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I guess, I know, I'm sorry, I was.
Yeah, so,
These are the ones related to, the bathrooms, that's the
Yeah.
question, and this is related to, the council's budget line item regarding the bathrooms, and then saying that this is a part of that, and that's what you're asking for.
Yeah.
To direct the fund. So the concerns that I mean, I'm not, I want to look at it a little bit more before I just answer right now.
yeah,
I need to talk to the finance director. I really didn't know where the direction was gonna go with the discussion. Yeah, I don't want to have the conversation with him right now in front of everybody.
sure. And then the other thing is, he's implying that he would be billing us subsequent monthly cost, $929.40. And you guys can have that discussion too on whether that should go, I don't know what the procedure is.
Right.
I'm more than happy, I think from everybody's perspective, we're all saying, yeah, let's pay it. It's just legally, can we do this?
Right, and so, I mean, the concerns that I would normally, like, if this has been proposed as like, we have this idea and we're gonna do this, it would be like, one is, does the city's permitting allow it? So first, that would be first question, is in this particular location, is this an allowed activity? Second one would be, I'm sorry, what? Second one would be, is this a service that we're paying for, we would normally require insurance, and that would be named as an additional insured. One of the problems that was identified whenever we consider putting it in the right of way is that there's an incident on there that we can be held liable for under premises liability. And so that would be another concern, is that there's no, if we're paying this for a past service, we're going to be incurring any sort of liability without any sort of insurance. And then going forward, if we're going to be paying for it, then we would normally have an agreement in place that shows that liability to the service provider, and has an insurance requirement. So that would be how we would go about normally. And that doesn't take into account whether this is something that would have been put out for, if this was a service that the city was going to procure, but this is something that we would have used like so I need to look into that.
I have a response if that's okay. Is it okay if okay. So G2 executed this contract with BTG, and they are, licensed, bonded, insured, and they have insurance on these units.
Yeah.
And so this is just one, and my understanding is that there's nothing outside of code that's being done. I think this was verified by some of the Rock the Block folks. They went and talked to Ian Cohen over in permitting, and he said there are no prohibitives in the code for this, that everything's being operated
No
according
worries,
to
but I agree with our attorney. She needs to see what the insurance coverage is. Is it suitable? And I mean, that's the responsible thing to do. So,
Okay.
That would be the normal process if we were like providing, if we were paying for a service, those would be the normal things that we would do.
What? Go ahead, Anna.
For Kylie, do you have a feel for, I mean, I wasn't suggesting that you and Director Riley talk right here, but just that you were both here, perhaps you could go elsewhere, but do you have a feel for how long it might take to do your due diligence on this?
Do you have, it looks like there was you had a contract that you were looking at? Is that in the packet?
Nope. Doesn't look like it is. So we need to see what we,
And
we don't have a contract.
If there's not a contract, or them having insurance for themselves is one thing. Us being named as an additional insured is a different thing.
Okay.
I'm guessing we're not, right?
Okay.
Correct.
It's certainly not a contract with us for any of this, right? And so,
it's a property.
Monica's. And it's privately rented. So, counselors, we're reimbursing for some time that's already happened, and as far as I know, no incidences have occurred. So, go ahead, Eric.
So I'm trying to think. There's always, I always thought of use your attorney to figure out oh, I can't do something, but oh, I can do something. So
Yeah.
let me throw out this idea. For the immediate pressing issue, I don't say we have to decide tonight, but one avenue, since it's after the fact, can we give Mr. Cameron a grant of whatever the invoice amount was? In other words, you know what I'm saying? Just give him a grant for $829.40.
We'd have to get around to the fund. We'd have to identify who's going to an individual like that. You know, there's ways to contribute to charity, to probably low income, but to just reimburse an individual, you have to public funds. I don't think we get through.
Okay.
So I think Kylie's got the best suggestion. We need to look at it, look at what the risks are for the city. Can we enter this agreement? What I did here, it sounds like this could be future invoicing as well. This isn't just two reimbursements, a future obligation to the city. Now we're contractually obligated. That might, and depending on where that dollar amount goes, we might be looking at smaller drops. We might end up triggering those. These two invoices alone will trigger that. So as we discussed, but so we need to ask some questions and probably do some research and reach out to RSC, see what other folks have done before we can answer.
It's just
How
so,
fast can we get them reimbursed?
it's just, I've been here many years. It's so frustrating. Government is, you know, we just to pay a simple invoice for $829 it's,
Well, does everybody else want to say anything about it? I got a question, but go ahead.
I just want to say one thing, and it's slightly related, but Skookum also does porta potties, and they also will do grants.
Yeah.
And if we can show that this is also helping folks like with ADA issues, they may help provide them. So if you can reach out to me, I can give you a contact or a website. I think you can apply.
You had conflict of interest questions before Kylie returned to the room?
Well, yeah, let me address that before I just kind of, I don't want to take this stand often because I really respect our city attorney and her. She's absolutely right about liability and so on. But I just feel compelled to just go ahead and reimburse this, take a vote. That's how I feel about this. Just my personal opinion. I mean, take a vote next week on it. Of course, it's general business. But yeah, my question was about conflict of interest. This is a person who may or may not be elected and serving with us next year. That is executive director of this organization. And so I wanted to just address it publicly about how you mitigate conflict of interest in a situation like that.
So I don't think it would be an issue. I could look at our ethics code, but it shouldn't be an issue for right now. It's just,
well, I mean,
it's a candidate. And so going forward, if there's future invoicing, we can look at it. There are some provisions that allow for that, but I would have, I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Okay. That's all I have. Anybody else want to make any statements about?
I say you could put it on general business, but it still needs to be vetted by legal, and maybe we just pull it. Jeff pulls it before it gets published.
I'm okay with that. I want to wait for legal advice, and I'm also thinking, if 2 more weeks or so, 1 or 2 more weeks isn't going to make or break a budget or finances. So, and maybe there'll be an extra invoice at that point anyway.
And I apologize. I mean, there was a lot of information here, and I was seeing stuff. I saw those employees when I was reviewing the packet. There was stuff for like 60,000.
That's a different item, yeah.
But it's all under the same. And so I wasn't prepared for a specific question. So Mike and I talked about it, but we were basically going to wait and see what direction council wanted us to take with this, and what if I didn't have answers on anything.
Okay, so general business, but then it'll be back in Jeff's court and legal. We'll vet it. Is that what we're
and let's be hopeful. I mean, the stars could align and a clear answer could emerge quickly.
Yeah, that's
true.
I just was curious, are we reimbursing Marlin or G2?
G2.
So that makes it a little better, I think.
Well, yeah, and I mean, he's not the only nonprofit involved in this. And if you read,
But he's the one that paid for the restaurant.
Yeah, and it sounds like information that we need from from G2, is we need to see the insurance policy and we also need to see the contract with the porta potty company. So just saying that out loud.
Yes.
And I'd also like to see an email from Public Works, some actual documentation about that. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the Public Works?
What Public Works about, oh, I'm sorry. Their Public Works regarding whether or not there are codes that are being broken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I believe that my
DCD?
I think it's DCD.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, DCD. I apologize. Thank you. Sorry. So it needs to be from DCD and not Public Works. Okay. All right.
Quick question.
Yes,
So
sir.
if we find we're not getting to this, are you going to pull the board on the floor?
Jeff's already nodded his head to that.
Okay, so it wouldn't even be on the agenda if we find we can't use it, we'll take it off.
At the briefing.
That'll be up to Jeff.
At the
Yeah.
briefing.
Or before.
Yeah, or before.
That you get the public funds, full of meeting and not, we'll have to do that, that's not allowed. I wouldn't want to do that. But hopefully we can pull it if we find it's not. That it should help stop, we're allowed to.
Yeah, sorry, Mike, I'm having a little trouble hearing you back there, but yeah, I figure we can. So if you and Kylie get together, let me know and VP Chamberlain, what comes out of that, and then we could put it on the agenda and then yeah, tackle it at the 5 p.m. pre-briefing with the normal tools to add or remove.
Okay, so yeah, that was my question. Your plan is if we find issues taking this forward, you would remove it from the agenda prior to being down there and having this for open discussion, correct?
I would suggest wait to add it until you and Kylie talk and then can brief Jennifer and I.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we're gonna go with that recommendation. Is that right, council? Okay. All right. So the next item on the agenda is we got a letter from Kelsey Stedman proposing a budget. And have you had a chance, council, to read through that? There's an executive summary for the request for funding. I mean, it's a very professional presentation here, proposal. And I'm just going to kind of open the floor for conversation on this. Who would like to? Yeah.
Can we open a fund? Can we, throw, that 10 with another 50 and have a fund that we use to reimburse expenses related to this effort?
I'm guessing it's going to be under the legal's going to want to weigh in on all of that.
Similar thing. I mean, anytime we the reimbursements, you're really paying for stuff after the fact instead of contracting ahead of time.
Right.
But you're still paying for it, so it's sort of backwards from what we normally do. I'm not
like we could get a contract going with Rock the Dock or G2, whatever, and then have like a maximum $50,000 or 60 or whatever it is. And then authorize from that.
I mean, I think that what she's saying is insurance is a factor, liability is a factor in contracts.
Right. Yeah. I'm just saying that like there's the ability to contract for services. Absolutely. I mean, you can do that, but I mean, we haven't. I think what would happen is that first, generally speaking, is that the council identifies that you want to provide funding for a service.
Right.
And then we follow our procurement process
for
that service.
Yeah.
And we craft, what is the scope of the service going to be? And that's all in the RFP. And then there's an award, and then whatever the deliverables are in the contract that gets monitored under our contracts administration, and then invoices under the contract are paid. So that's how a normal, I guess, process in the city
Right,
works.
I've been through that with LTAP.
Similar,
so
yeah.
A couple of years.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm supposing that you're going to want the same information for the $50,000 budget as you would want for the reimbursement. It's the same type of information.
It could be more under our procurement policy. So And that's where
That level is gonna trigger other things.
it's gonna trigger this, the higher you go up in the cost, it triggers additional things. But just generally speaking, our process is there's like the high level, we want to put this much money toward, services for people in encampments or something like that. And then there would be then a scope developed for staff to go, like I said, to go up.
But we've tried to do that before where and Eric made the great point, we can throw $10,000 at something and if nothing happens with it. So this would have to be, I would think, a council directed fund. And it's also, I know we typically do things a certain way, but we're dealing with a crisis.
Yeah. I think Eric said it earlier. Washington state law tells government what you can do.
Right.
I'm not saying what you can't do.
Okay.
So we have to operate with things that feel right. Like this feels right. You want to donate.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you can do it. So we've got to work. This is kind of outside the norm. You have a nonprofit doing work and asking for funding. That's not a normal.
Right.
Nonprofit. I don't know how you procure that.
But they had to.
How you compete. But we have rules and you have to. So how do I do that? We're going to have to do some research on that.
Okay.
Find out how is this allowable with government funds to fund a nonprofit doing the work we're doing. It is not an easy roadmap for that. But like Kylie said, there is thresholds we have to follow. And so with getting quotes over $50,000, you can get quotes for that service because you can compete quotes. You have no somebody else doing the work. So we've got research to be able to answer you.
Okay, may I say one thing? I guess I'm hearing different things now than I did earlier when I asked for information. The procurement process wasn't mentioned before when I asked for information.
It's threshold. So
okay, all right, thank you.
Less than $1,000, less than $5,000, over $5,000, $10,000, over $25,000. There's threshold. So with the original request that we're looking at with the rest of the restrooms, doesn't trigger for procurement process. We don't have to look at small work cluster, but the legality of being able to fund that retro back or going forward, there's some things we just have to jump through to make sure that the city has liability.
And I apologize, Denise.
That's okay. I like it a little less structured at this point in the evening anyway.
Oh, sure.
We funded Salish Behavioral with opioid money, yeah?
Yeah.
And additional opioid money is coming down the pike, yeah? Probably. Perhaps.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Well, there is additional, the original settlement was a tier system of it,
So we had here a framework by which, did you go through the whole, go through the whole procurement process to determine that Salish Behavioral was the most appropriate?
That's a completely different process.
Okay.
So that's a structured settlement, and there's a statutory scheme that dealt with.
I was just hopeful or.
No.
I guess here, I'm sorry, Kathy, please go on.
No, I was just gonna say, Mike and I don't like being like the departments of no. But it's also that, we are government bureaucrats, or we're used to working within a certain framework, and it's our job to do that. And that's why it's trying to figure out after the fact reimbursement we're just gonna have to figure it out as the direction that we're going.
Okay. I'm going to make one real quick comment and then stop, which is over 60-day period, 30 individuals entered drug treatment, housing or detox. 87%, 26 of them have not returned to homelessness in downtown Bremerton. That's a really impressive figure. These are like people who are walking around alive and within themselves because of Rock the Block's work. So that's it. It's almost 9:30.
So specifically on the Rock the Block budget item, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to discuss that one. So there's a difference between the first scenario and the second scenario. The first scenario being reimbursement for the arguably nominal cost of paying for the porta potties. This second one This is not a normal council procedure to procure contracts in an open setting. This is something that really rocked the block, or technically the 501c3 it's trying to apply under SOX box, I think it's called. This is something that they need to contact the mayor, the administration, and work through contracts in Melinda Monroe. Would you guys, I shouldn't say you guys, what is being discussed tonight is a contract where you have negotiation between two parties. This is not the setting for this. We should not be doing this, in my opinion. I have never seen this done. I'm just telling you, I know it's a different situation, all that. There's something that smell test is, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying we don't do this. I've never seen this. And that I'm just getting warning flags all over. So I think they need to apply the administration with the proposal and go through the proper procedure through Mike's shop, all that. And I'm sorry to break the bad news, but that's based on my experience.
This proposal does say, like, to whom should this be presented? And Eric, you're given an answer.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was usually we put out a request for proposals. So like the administration would say, oh, we have a problem that we need solving, we need to turn to the community. So maybe there's a path we can expedite to make something like that happen. I was kind of wondering too, if there's a way to kind of loop it in this like CDBG, and we could allocate some funding for something like the, on the street outreach assistance, that kind of stuff. But I think we all think it's worthy, and I think you guys did a great job on the presentation.
No
I shouldn't be talking to
I have some things to say about this, of course. Jeff, go right ahead. You first.
All good. No, I kind of want to echo Eric's thoughts, and the reason is it made me realize there are other groups that have submitted proposals to the mayor for consideration in his budget. So I think to be fair, I think that's the process where they submit it to the mayor. The mayor has a really tough job of presenting a balanced budget, see what he can do, and then when it comes to us, we can look at tweaking it if we don't agree with it. So I think that's in line with proposals from other groups.
So my thoughts on this are, some folks don't like to continue, don't want to be part of the bureaucracy, because then they have to water down what they're doing, because they have to fit within the rules and the policies of the bureaucracy that's funding them. Sometimes an organization can be more impactful if they're not tied to a bureaucracy like the city. And I just want to say that in as least amount of words as I can, but I think y'all smell what I'm cooking. That's all I want to say about that. But it sounds like we're not in consensus to put this on the agenda at all. And so I think that the folks involved know what they have options for what they want to do next. And so I think we're gonna go ahead and unless anybody else has anything else they want to add, go ahead, Jeff.
I just want to, I'll say I'm very supportive of discussing it in budget season. I want to make that clear.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Is there any?
Oh, Mike, go right ahead. Oh,
is there? So the bathrooms are costing about what, $1,000 a month? Is that what it is?
Less.
8 something a month. Yeah. And could we at least ask the mayor to use that $10,000 budget line to get as much of this reimbursed?
That's our money. That's our money. It's not his money, it's our money. So we are the ones that get to make that decision. Right? It's in our council budget. Am I right, Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on legal guidance.
Yeah. Michael?
Can they apply for lodging tax?
I
think it does.
Affordable housing.
No, lodging tax is for heads in bed.
I'd have to be from 50 miles
I
away.
wasn't, hold on, I'm serious, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah.
actually talking about like leveraging it as a beautification of our downtown. Like,
Only you could spend that.
well,
Only-
I'm really
I love
sitting,
it, though.
thinking of
I mean-
ways to do it, and it's coming up, and
know.
I don't know.
I chair that
Like,
committee.
it's just, it's a downtown problem, and we have
Small business
tourism that
organizations.
visits downtown, and
Bring it, bring
I
it.
don't know, I'm just like
I say we
looking
submit it
through
to
the
the
closet.
we
Can I
can't.
go
What did
ahead and
Mike- what did
Mike
Mike
has some
Riley-
closing thoughts for us here?
Real quick, I heard, interested in discussing the policies presented in budget. We are not, the budget is going to print. We're issuing the
Yeah.
budget on Wednesday. I don't have the ability to add this into their proposal.
Sure.
You know that. Council will receive that budget on Wednesday, becomes the council's budget. So I would request that they're entertaining the idea, or we have to work through the council at that part of the budget, but we will not be able to then get that to you by Wednesday. You can imagine all kinds of effect. Even
Oh.
for $1, what it does to the budget documents. So, but we need a budget discussion. Just probably.
Well, and the 10 grand is in this year's
I
budget.
figured, yeah, I'm talking about the $60,000 request from the group, that to build that into the existing budget tomorrow.
No.
And trying to get that, the whole document to you Wednesday. I cannot do that.
Michael has a closing thought on this item?
So either way, right, like there's no foreseeable path to fund this in the October, December window, but possibly, this, not the reimbursements, but this. I just want to be clear with anybody from that group that might be here, but we could.
24 budget discussion from the council.
Okay. All right. That's all. I just wanted to.
And we
say that
could
out loud.
use 24 money to reimburse for 23 if we wanted.
I'd be a lot of research in the meantime.
Okay.
Go back.
It has to come
That
from
would be
somewhere.
another,
Yeah.
okay.
We're going to dig through all of this.
Okay.
I have a lot of questions in my head, how to make this move forward. But the proposal itself on face value for dollars would be from the council bringing that into the budget.
The tragic part about this is that we don't move fast enough to provide these services, and they did. And so now we're wanting to help, and you're facing the same, kind of bureaucracy. And I think we all just want to say thank you, for suiting up and showing up and doing what needed to be done. And we want to get your support as quickly as we can.
I got something for you.
Hey, yeah.
All right, so next up is the auditor's report.
The audit committee
The audit
met.
committee report, the audit committee met.
Actually, the audit committee met, it took us 2 tries to get quorum, but we finally did. Yeah. And really, we did virtually nothing except to formally say that we approved the auditor sending this draft, this one? No. Sending this draft memo about the afford.
Yeah, the property's being designated.
Any. It feels like coming on back.
Next up is me, so I was getting clarification. I apologize. What was your question?
My question is, I was giving my report
Okay.
on the audit committee. Yes. So all we did was we said, yes, we want this memo on the affordable housing parcel review to be sent out. Here are the various ones. A single parcel, the one on Oyster Bay Avenue, was added to it. That's it. Bye.
Apologies for that. I was getting clarification from
I know.
our lawyer about the planting strip ordinance, which is something we talked about in public safety.
Carry on.
And I want to just kind of, I believe that what we decided is that we don't really want to move this forward.
So can I do a
Because,
point of order? Is it Chair Fry who should be reporting?
Actually, I asked Vice
Okay.
President James.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Okay.
My connection was cut off and yeah.
Thank you. I apologize. I should have let you
That's all right.
So, so one of the points was that it would create more confusion to move a planting shift ordinance forward because it's not tied to a shelter being open and so on. But Councilor Dennehy did request that legal kind of explain the reasoning behind that to us, really.
Oh, the confusion. So right now, there is coordination going on between BPD and several outreach teams that work with the folks that are unhoused and getting lined up to implement the ordinance that was just passed. And the thought was that putting another one together and putting that into the mix of trying to explain a separate ordinance that's in a place in certain places and not tied to shelter space. At this moment, might muddy the waters a bit and make it difficult for folks to understand what they can and can't do, and we didn't want that. And so the thought was that we would revisit it later once we kind of implemented the one that the council just passed and see what the recommendations are from law enforcement after having enforced that one.
And so, thank you, Attorney Summer. That's exactly, yeah. And, but that's our recommendation, is not to move this forward from Public Safety Committee standpoint. It's based off of legal.
And I think we're gonna look at it again, and maybe even more ordinances later on, like every week or every month.
And so as of 10/2, the ordinance is in place. Even without the signature of the mayor, that's okay. It's still in place. We asked the police department, we asked Chief Wolf about plan for educating and outreach. It was mentioned printing flyers to hand out, and the navigators will also give these flyers to mutual aid groups. So that was the education plan. And then there wasn't any particular items from fire and police, but Judge Flood came and wanted to give us a staffing update. There's a new court commissioner joining the staff. We have a new therapeutic court, community court administrator. The security that we approved is already in place. And what she'd like in the future is more sustainable funding. Perhaps she's needing from the general fund, I'm not sure. But she'll be coming to us at budget season with those asks. That is all. Next up, we have any regional or.
I just had a question about public safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Did Chief Wolf have an opportunity to talk to the committee about how Bremerton Police Department will interpret the word voluntary in the current ordinance?
No.
Okay.
But he did let us. It wasn't asked. But he did let us know about the police academy, Citizens Academy, that we should all join up with that. No, we didn't ask that, to be fair.
I did ask though afterwards for a copy of the flyer to be, when it's finalized, when it's, that we be informed as to when all this outreach is going to happen.
And okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next up, does anybody have any regional or other committee boards to provide a summary or highlights from?
Just real quick, thanks to council for letting me go to 2 conferences, one in Seattle on downtown revitalization and the other in Vancouver for Main Street USA. I'll send an email with all the slides and my experiences, but really great to see 2 different cities and what they're doing. So I'll write that up in an email to you.
Thank you. I just want to kind of bring something up really briefly. I'm on the how do you say it? LEOFF, left. That's how we say it. I'm on the fire left committee. And something of importance, I just wanted to bring it up. It was a budget item that I guess, and I just felt bad, but when we talk about priorities, I just, what they were hoping, what they were lobbying for is for their Medicare Part B to be covered, which is $150 a month. Every other municipality apparently has this. And what if you don't know what LEF is? It's it's the old retirement plan, right? So what that equals is $1,800 a year times 72 members, which includes the folks that are on the police LEF, which is a budget item of $160,000. They didn't have the leverage of the 2 voting members from fire and the 3 from the city, but I just wanted to throw it out there. That's something that they are lobbying for. There's not very many members left. They would like to see that Medicare Part B covered at some point. I think we just kind of let them know we're not sure if it's the right year, but maybe it is. So maybe that's something that we can consider later on. That's all I have to share about that.
Did you consider that they were in need?
Be more, can you clarify that?
In need, having trouble making ends meet.
All 72 members requesting it. It's like a union style.
Yeah.
So I don't think that I consider that all 72 members were in need. So, but that's something that's something we can talk about if we want to during budget season.
And is that just one component of the package that's coming to us or something?
It's not a component of any package.
Okay.
So what left boards do is they can actually, if the left committees approve certain funding, they supersede our decision. So we can be implored to pay what they decide.
Okay.
But because they didn't have the vote, it didn't go through. But that's something that maybe we could talk about or consider if we want to in our budget season. I just felt obligated to share that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that is all. Thank you. All right. So, okay, is there any other general council business? General council business is an opportunity for anyone to provide a brief announcement. Or to mention. Hold on, let me finish this. I'm having a hard time finishing this. Other general council business as an opportunity for anyone to provide a brief announcement or to mention an event that might take place between now and their council report at next Wednesday's meeting or anything similar for the good of the order. So this is optional to open up. So I have opened it up for you.
I would just like to say, sort of for the record, that people don't realize that when they send an email to City Council, that, due to the way things work here, that we may not see that email for like a week or 10 days until, it's gone through the process it needs.
Especially lately.
And it just would be good if we could have something on our webpage that let people know that. That's it. See?
Thank
I can be
you.
brief.
Is there any other general council business? Going once, going twice. So the next council meeting will be on Wednesday, October 18th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. in the meeting chambers with a remote option available by Zoom. This meeting is adjourned.
It's really adjourned?
I don't have a gavel. I should have brought my good, but it's adjourned.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you, DP.
Good
Okay,
night,
now
all.
that it's safe, just one more thing.